Welcome everybody to the Design Advisory Committee special meeting. It's August 11th, 2021. This meeting will be held on Zoom, and there is a live broadcast of the Design Advisory Committee meeting on YouTube. All right, so we have quorum today. We have myself, Jesse Hitchcock, Jonathan Lampier, Tom Gibbons, and Alex Kawchuk who are present. We also have a number of members from Halifax City here to present, and some of the applicants are also here. We're going to start off with an approval of the meeting minutes from July 14th, 2021 meeting. Does anybody have note any omissions or corrections?
I had one just at the very end when we were talking with Ben Sivek about the center plan. I just wanted to add more to the that the Design Advisory Committee will be a bigger geographical area, and the committee will only be asked to advise on applications seeking a variance. I think that last part, the seeking a variance, is important, especially with the letter that we intend to write for council. It's yeah, so just adding that. I'll put it in the chat so staff can have it.
Okay, so you want to add to that last sentence?
Yeah, basically.
Okay. What would you like to
add? At the very end, just and the committee will only be asked to advise on applications seeking a variance on the very last sentence. And like I said, I'll put it in the chat. So
thank you. Any is there a general agreement from the committee for that change? I see nods. Any other suggestions for omissions or additions? No. Okay, then can I have a motion to approve the minutes as amended by Jonathan? Okay, Jonathan will remove it, presumably. Seconder? That'd be Jesse. All in favor? Say aye.
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 Can I vote even though I wasn't there?
Yes. Opposed? Abstained? The minutes pass as amended. Next item. Approval of the order of business and approval of additions and deletions. Can I have a motion to approve the order of business as outlined in the agenda?
Motion to approve.
Moved by Jesse, second
Second.
by Jonathan. All in favor? Say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, the order of business passes with no changes. Item 4, business arising out of the minutes. There was none. Item 5 is a call for declaration of conflicts of interest. We've got 3 applications here today with 3 different sets of architects and different owners. Are there any conflicts that anybody would like to report? Hearing none, there are no conflicts. Item 6, consideration of deferred business. There is none. Item 7, correspondence, petitions, and delegations. Jill, do we have any correspondence?
We do not.
Excuse me, Jill, are you not getting a letter from me that I wish to be circulated amongst the members of the Design Advisory Committee?
I did, and I responded to you earlier this afternoon.
Okay, I haven't looked at
So
your.
we would
I did see that, so I'll say thank you very much, Tom. I think that hasn't been circulated to the rest of the committee, and I would suggest that we would bring that forward after this meeting, and then it can be discussed at next meeting.
Fine, yeah.
That's great, thank you. Item 8, There are no items brought forward, so that takes us to item 9, our first case for the day. This is case number 23513. It's a level 2 site plan approval for 2487 Maynard Street. Matthew Conlon is back to provide us a presentation. Matthew, the floor is yours.
Mr. Chair, Matthew's having, a few technical issues, so he's joining me in my office. I'm going to step away from the screen. It's Aaron speaking. So just excuse us while we seat jockey here, and Matt will take over. I'll be back.
It's good teamwork. Thank you, Aaron.
Yeah.
And there is somebody who maybe should be on mute who isn't. I guess I'll say if you're listening in or if you're participating, I'd ask you to just put your microphone on mute unless you are speaking, please and thank you.
Yeah, it should be good. Can everyone hear me okay? Thumbs up. Fantastic. Okay, perfect. And just to make sure that I am aware, I'm not in control. The clerk is moving things forward. Is that correct, Jill?
That is correct. So if you just want to say next slide, we'll go forward for you.
Beautiful. Okay. Well, my apologies for that scramble. I've been trying to fix things for about 20 minutes to no avail. But anyway, we're here, so let's get rolling. Good evening, everyone, and welcome. My name is Matthew Conlon. I'm Planner 1 with HRM Planning and Development, Land Development and Subdivision. And I'm here to present to you case 23513, which is a level 2 site plan approval for the site at 2495 Maynard Street in Halifax. Next, please. So as a bit of simple background, the zoning for this property is zoned HR1, which is high order residential 1 under the Regional Center Land Use Bylaw, which we call Center Plan for short. The lot is currently vacant other than a small storage shed. The last permitted use issued for this lot was back in 1977 for an auto dealership use, at which time the lot was actually twice as large as it is today and contained an additional lot in it. And that one is now adjacent to it as its own separate lot, as you'll notice when we get a little farther into the presentation. Next, please. So the site is located here on the map in front of you. The large black X denotes the lot that we're talking about at 2495 Maynard Street. It's a corner lot at the intersection of Maynard and Charles Street. The arrow that you see a little higher up there is a property at 2500 Crichton Street, which is a heritage building that was registered not that long ago, just in late 2020, early 2021. It's known as the Morris House. As outlined in the report sent to the committee, this was moved from its original site in downtown Halifax in the south end and has been at this site for several years now. Next, please. And just to give everyone a little bit more detail to the site that we're looking at, again in the middle, 2495 is the site for the proposed project. And you can see around it all of the different fabrics that make up this area. So there are a few multi-unit dwellings in the area. There is one 7-story multi-unit building that is currently being built. That's towards the bottom of your screen, as well as a future site of a 7-story multi-unit building towards the upper left-hand side, as well as Joseph Howell Elementary School, and some single unit and 2-unit dwellings in the area as well. Next, please. And I just added this one quickly so everyone gets just a little bit more of an understanding of the type of buildings that are in there now. Sometimes when you're seeing things from an aerial view, it can be a little bit harder to understand how high or how large buildings are. So I just wanted to give a bit of perspective. Again, towards the middle of the street, you can see Maynard and Charles and the site in question. And it is worth pointing out, as we get a little farther in, the lower portion of the building that you can see on what is now the vacant building with all the cars in front of it, the site in question, that lower portion has actually been demolished. That was all one building, which would have been a part of that auto dealership, but the smaller lower portion, which is actually on this lot that we're talking about today, has been demolished. The rest of the building that you see with those large 3-bay windows is on an adjacent property and is, as of now that it's been demolished, no longer encroaching on the property we're talking about today. Next, please. And just to give a bit more perspective on the street, again, that part of the property that I was referencing that's been demolished is that building you see behind the white car. That's all been removed, and that would be essentially the edge of that shorter part of the building is the end of the property on one side. As you can see, we're on Maynard Street. Joseph Howe Elementary School is to the left-hand side across the street there. And you can see the fence, which essentially encompasses the entirety of this lot in question with a shed in the background there. Next, please. And from the corner of Charles and Maynard, just to get a little bit more perspective, again, you can see that shed in the lower left-hand side. And just beyond that is Morris House, which is the registered heritage property. That shed essentially on the far end of the shed denotes the edge of the property boundary on the rear side. Next, please. And one last view, just to get a sense, standing now on Charles Street, we are next to Morris House, and you're looking back towards the site for this proposed project. Again, you can see the shed which is abutting on that red shipping container, and that shipping container is actually on the other property, which would be the Morris House property. And just as a point of reference, from the edge of that overhang of Morris House's back patio, I suppose we could call it, to the property line is approximately 12.9 meters. Next, please. So to get into the proposed building itself, this is a rendering of the proposed building. We'd be standing at the corner of Charles and Maynard, and to our left side next to the rendering of the two, the child and parent, would be Joseph Howe Elementary School. The proposed building is a 5-story, 44-unit building with 1 level of underground parking. The underground parking is accessed from the far end of the building along Charles Street. This building is classified as a mid-rise building, which means it is between 11 and 20 meters in height. And the building is proposing grade-related units along both street fronts. So both Charles and Maynard Street will have grade-related units, so residential units on the ground floor. Next, please. And standing now on Maynard Street, we're looking at the front of the building through a rendering once again. You can see 4 of the grade-related units on the ground floor itself. As well, to the right-hand side behind the rendering of the woman on a bicycle, you can see the gate that allows for a private access along the side of the building and to the back, where there is also some private amenity space for the building. Next, please. And then just a rendering to give some perspective at nighttime for the building. Again, back on the corner of Maynard and Charles looking towards the building, and Morris House is to the left-hand side of your screen. Next, please. So the approval process is done through the site plan approval of center plan. And as this building is between 2001 and 4,999 square feet, it falls into a level 2 site plan approval. And as this is site plan approval, the applicant needs to go through pre-application with our department, which is why we're here today, because we have gotten to the end of my review. And the next part is to bring it forward to the Design Advisory Committee, pardon me, as part of the Part 6 section of the land use bylaw. Next, please. And just quickly to go over how this process has gone so far, the pre-application of the site plan approval is essentially at about the 90% stage. We still do need to do public information and consultation, which under a site plan level 2 is a sign up on the site once we're ready to approve the pre-application, as well as putting a website live so that everyone can review everything about the building on the website. And the website itself is actually printed on the sign, which will be on the site itself. As well as you can see here, we're also at the Design Advisory Committee today. So public information has not yet been triggered. We'll be asking for that to be done once Design Advisory Committee provides their recommendations. And then beyond that, we'd be going forward to the full site plan approval and the appeals, and eventually, barring any appeals that come through or clearing those up, we'd be able to issue a permit. Next, please. So going through the different requirements for chapters 1 through 7, chapter 1 essentially just lays out what's going on for site plan approval itself. And for chapter 2, this project specifically is proposing at-grade private open spaces along Maynard Street and Charles Street. And these private spaces will abut an existing public sidewalk, which is satisfying sections 113 and 114. As a quick reference, I won't say what it's referencing or what section is being referenced every time, but just so everyone's aware, those numbers on the slides are to reference which parts of the bylaw I'm talking about. Private open spaces through the use of amenity space is proposed to have barrier-free access, permanent seating, and a pergola has been proposed for the weather protection requirements that are necessary. Next, please. And this is essentially just a breakdown to show on the left-hand side the ground floor plans for this building. You can see at the rear of the building on the right-hand side the amenity space that's being proposed, and then I've blown that up on the right-hand side of the slide. You can now see the amenity space that's been enlarged a little bit, so you can see the barrier-free access, the pergola towards the back in between all of the proposed trees and landscaping. And towards the front, I've also enlarged some of the front porch patio areas of the grade-related units, which are required through another section of the land use bylaw. Next, please. The building requirements, which is chapter 3, have been met to date. The street wall articulation has been achieved along both Maynard Street and Charles Street because they are both street walls, using a change in materials, change in colors, projections, and recesses. This treatment is continued along the right side of the building, which is the only side yard that the building has. Pedestrian entrances have been distinguished on this building using a change in materials and recessing of the entrance back into the building. The ground floor contains grade-related residential units, as I stated before, with no commercial space proposed. Weather protection is provided for this building and for the pedestrians through the entrance using a recess and a canopy. This is provided by a balcony above the front entrance that's creating that canopy. The building top distinction is accomplished with a change in color and materials and projections as well, which we'll be able to see in a moment on my next slide. As well, the penthouse has been integrated into the design of the building. They're proposing to use similar materials as the rest of the building, as well as setting it back from the street fronts itself. So it's a little bit harder to see when you're at street level. And the same thing has been done with the rooftop mechanical features. They're integrated into the overall design of the building. They're in the middle of the roof to conceal, once again, their sight lines from the street level. Next slide, please. And just going through the 4 elevations to try and get a better sense, we're looking at the front elevations right now on Charles Street, or Maynard Street, pardon me. We're looking at the front entrance. As you can see on the top of the building, it might be a little hard to see depending on how large your screen is, but the building top distinction is being pointed out by the fact that they've actually recessed the top of the building itself with a change in material along all 4 edges of the building top distinction. Next slide, please. And just looking at the other sides of the elevation, we're now on Charles Street looking at the side of the building. This would be another one of the street walls. Worth noting that the coloration you see, the darker colors, is a change in color on the building, but it also represents bay windows that have been introduced into the building. And this was actually designed specifically by the architects and the design team to try and take components of Morris House's design and integrate it into the design of the building to try and a little tip of the cap to the Morris House next door. Next, please. And then now looking at the side view, this is essentially looking from that adjacent property where that existing old building still stands. To our left-hand side, we'd be seeing Maynard Street. To our right-hand side, that would be the rear of the building, the entry to the underground parking lot, and on the other side of the building would be Charles Street. Next, please. And finally, the last of the 4 elevations, we'll now be standing essentially on the Morris House property, looking at the rear of the building. You'll note that there is a recess or a step back on the 4th floor of the building. I'll get into a little bit more detail about that later, but this has been triggered by both a transition line, which I'll talk about later, and the heritage components. Next, please. And the requirements for Chapter 4, pedestrian connections for this site. There is only connections for amenity space from the back of the building to the sidewalk, but there are no actual pedestrian connections proposed for this building, and it's not something that is required. And motor vehicle access has been provided, as I stated before, along Charles Street, but it has been set back 4.5 meters as prescribed by the bylaw, as well as integrating the entry of the underground parking into the overall design of the building. Next, please. So Chapter 5 talks about the heritage conservation requirements. And for this one, there are 4 sections of the bylaw that do apply. So as I stated before, the property is abutting a heritage property on the rear of the proposed project, and this would be with Morris House. They share a rear lot line. Both buildings are facing opposite directions of each other. For section 157, which is talking about cornice lines, there is a cornice line that was established by the heritage planners along the lower edge of the roof, as well as the Scotch dormers of the existing Morris House. And it was determined that by continuing this cornice line along the proposed building, this would satisfy the requirements of section 157. So we'll see in a moment what's happened is the cornice line that is viewed from Morris House is actually extended into a cornice line along the side of the 3rd floor of the building. The proposed building is stepped back at the 4th floor, as I referenced previously, and we'll see it again in another photo soon. This is again at the rear of the building, and it's abutting the heritage property. So there was a required step back for this building already of 2.5 meters at the rear of the building, and this is because of what's known as a transition line. Essentially, a transition line is introduced so that zones that have higher density permissions that are abutting zones that have smaller density allowances, so essentially a multi-unit that is permitted to be built in one zone next door to something that has just single or 2 units, prescribes a transition line and zone where you have some buffering between the 2 properties. So the transition line already triggers a 2.5 meter step back of the building, and it also triggers a 6 meter setback of the building. The difference being a setback is the building as a whole cannot be any closer than 6 meters to the property line. A step back means as you go up the building, the wall itself, you must then step back farther 2.5 meters. However, with heritage requirements laid out in Chapter 5, there is actually a requirement for 3 meters. So that step back at 2.5 meters has been pushed back for 3 meters along that entire rear portion of the building. And lastly, architectural elements from the heritage property have been brought forward to this proposed building through the use of recessed cornices, entrances, and vestibules. Next, please. So I've tried to illustrate on the next 2 slides those 3 major points that I was highlighting. So the first one is, as you can see on the left-hand side, there is an illustration of Morris House itself. You can see the eave line is the cornice line that's been established for that first requirement we were talking about. I've tried my best to show, you might need to enlarge it, or we can try and enlarge it a little later, but the lowest arrow at the 3rd floor is showing how there is a cornice line on the side of the building on anywhere that it is possible to have along that side of the building. And the two arrows on the higher up portion are showing you, first of all, the 3-meter step back of the entire 4th floor. It should be noted as well, I noticed the other day when I sent my package to the committee, unfortunately, I sent the last before most recent version of the plans, which only showed a setback of 3 meters for a portion of that 4th floor. However, I did catch that mistake a little too late to revise that, but I can confirm that the entire 4th floor has been set back. And that was actually something that I requested before this was sent along. It was just an error on my part on which plans I included. But that 4th floor has been set back a full 3 meters, not 2.5 for a portion and 3. And as stated before, you can see a little bit of the elements of the bay windows that I referenced before, and the entrance vestibules that are being transported, if you will, from a design standpoint from the heritage building to this building itself. Next, please. And just trying to reference that a little bit closer, this is from the design rationale of the applicant themselves, where they have highlighted how they look directly, specifically at Morris House, and tried to use the different window bays and vestibules from Morris House as an inspiration for how they're actually designing the facade of their building. And you can see now on the right-hand side of the slide, I did put in the 4th floor plans to show clearly that they have set back to the full 3 meters along the entirety of the rear of the building. Next, please. And finally, for chapters 6 and 7, building lighting has been confirmed for meeting all the requirements it needs to for this building, and it is shown on the elevation drawings on all 4 sides. The subject site is not a view terminus site, and there are no variations being requested for this site. Next, please. And so that brings us to the end of my presentation, and essentially the same statement that we make every time, which is simply that we're bringing this forward to the Design Advisory Committee, as we would like to hear from the committee all of the different recommendations and questions and comments you may have about the project presented to you tonight. Thank you very much.
Matthew, thank you very much for the thorough presentation. Also like to especially point out, appreciate you walking us through all the Heritage District criteria, because that's the first time that these have come towards us. And so I think all the drawings and the arrows are really quite helpful.
Yep.
I'm going to open up the floor to questions. I just want to make sure everybody on our committee knows that there are some other people here representing the applicant. On my list here, I have Steve Addison is representing the applicant, along with Brad White from the Marco Group, Simon Wilby, Adam Conter, and Gilles Comeau. They are the owners of the site. They're available to answer any questions that you might have. And so with that, I'll open it up the floor to any questions that the committee has. Jesse.
Let me lower this so I don't forget. Okay, thanks. Okay, I just have a couple of questions. They mostly relate to the heritage designation. So forgive me, because this is, like Ted said, the first time we've dealt with this. But first I'll say that, because I think it's good to say positive things too. I do think this was a really well put together package. It was easy to like go through and understand, and it was clear. And as for like the things I usually comment on, so I was happy to see the developer use sedum instead of sod on the roof. That's usually a suggestion that we make, so that's great. And I was also happy to see the seating was paired with the weather protection, which is another suggestion that we often make. So loved to see those things. On the heritage designation, so like when I read this, the cornice line, I thought the step back was supposed to occur at the height of the cornice line, but in reviewing it, it looks like the step back is 1 floor higher than where you've assigned the cornice line. So I just didn't fully understand how that complied.
Yeah, in discussions with the applicant, we took into account the fact that there's already a step back being required through the transition line. And between conversations with the development officer and the applicant, they came to the conclusion, also including the heritage planner, that it would be acceptable to have the step back at the 4th floor, which was, my understanding at least, is to do with the fact that the heritage planning group had assessed that there's more than one cornice line that could be established. The Scotch dormer, which is a little higher up on the roof, is also seen as a possibility for a cornice line that could be used. So with that in mind, the heritage planning team gave us a bit of latitude to say there is one, if not two, cornice lines that can be established on this property. And they were comfortable saying that if one or both were used, that would be okay on their end. So we made the determination that with an already established step back at the 4th floor, that would be deemed acceptable because it is still in keeping with what the heritage requirements are trying to do, which is stepping the building back to kind of respect the height of that heritage building.
Can you show us this on a drawing, please? So we're really clear. I think it was slide 33.
Yeah,
I had similar questions.
I felt that in the renderings, at least, like even
Slide 20.
I think it was 33.
Even where Morris House goes, like as the lower possible cornice line, it really looks like the new building like towers over even that line. So to like pull it up using the like little, yeah, I don't.
23.
There we go. Yep.
So it's pretty stark to me, and in the renderings as well. I don't know, like I also trust the heritage, folks to make a good call, but I guess I'll just leave it. Those are my thoughts, and we'll see what other folks on the committee think as we go through.
Sure. I will note it can sometimes be hard if you're on a laptop. I'm not sure if it's the same on a desktop, but the angle of your screen can sometimes hide some of the more defined lines and lighter colors. So like for me, I have to really angle my screen to be able to see it, but there is a line on the eave line that's established and the Morris House roof peak. The Morris House roof peak line that's dotted all the way across is indicating essentially the top of the building, lining up with kind of the somewhere around almost the top of the 3rd floor's roof and the 4th floor's beginnings. And that was how the development officer, the applicant, and the heritage planner were looking at this project, was that having the Scotch dormer, which is essentially going to the top of the house, was an acceptable cornice line. But I'll allow, or we'll keep moving with the questions and comments, and that way everyone can have something to say.
Okay. Thank you. Does anybody else have questions on this particular topic? Well, we got the slide up. Otherwise, we can just go to other questions.
Yes, may I back up Jessie and agree with her comments. I am wondering if the cornice shown at the 3rd floor could, on this elevation on the, what side of the street is this? This is
Would be standing on Charles.
Charles, yeah. That 3rd floor cornice could not be stronger, and it should continue right to the end of the building rather than, but there's only 2 small portions between the bay windows, and it would be stronger if it continued to the end of the building, and then that line actually ran along the face that faces the heritage building. But if you go to that slide, it's a very blank face with no demarcation of cornice or changes in it, except the setback. Do you follow me? The cornice, if the cornice ran right to the left of that sketch and then ran along the back of the building, but it doesn't seem to be there, I think it would gain a lot with carrying through the cornice. The other question about the cornice is, at the top, the definition of the top 1/3 of the building is articulated as a 15 centimeter, i.e. that size, setback of the cornice at the 5th floor. Now, if you could see that, your eyes would be pretty good. And I think the idea of the land use bylaw was to have something dramatic to finish the building, that the building just didn't go on and on and on and on. And I'm not sure if a 15 centimeter setback at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th floor is going to do it. Anyway, that's those are my comments on the heritage side of it.
Okay. I think that 15 centimeters on the 5th floor, if I'm looking at the elevation,
1,
correct?
2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, the 5th.
Yeah.
The top of the 5th. Yeah, the rooftop. Yeah.
Thank you.
And one of the defining elements of the heritage registration is the dentils underneath the cornice to the front of the house, which you can see on the photograph of the house. And there's no evidence, and maybe as the planner said, that we can't see them on the drawings, but there doesn't seem to be any evidence of the dentils in the topmost cornice. Okay, Ted?
Do you want to comment on that, Matthew, or the architect can also comment? We'll be open, they're allowed to. We'll just keep going. Jonathan, do you have any questions? Oh, go
Yeah.
ahead, Matthew, go ahead.
I was just going to say, maybe I'll let everyone speak if we're going to stay on the heritage itself. It might be easier if everyone's able to speak, and that way we can kind of, maybe if people have the same thoughts and all speaking it together, I can speak to everything at once at the end, if that's okay.
That's fine. I have a question on the heritage as well, but I'll let you talk first, Jonathan.
Yeah, I just want to echo the comments that have been made. I realize this is the first time that we've looked at this aspect of the bylaws with the heritage, but not to be blunt, it kind of feels a little like it's just lipstick on this building, especially that 2nd to 3rd floor Cornish line. It's just tacked on. It doesn't, to me, it doesn't do anything. I don't even see it really echoing the Morris house. I don't see it providing anything substantive here, because a Cornish line to me should represent some sort of setback or change in the mass of the building. Here it's tacked on these 2 little spots, and doesn't represent any change in that building. So I think what Tom said, I think it should wrap around the entire building for one. I think it's really awkward to have it just on one facade. To me, I don't understand when buildings have different facades that all do different things. But I also think because that setback exists the floor above the Cornish line, the actual setback of the proper building itself, I think it would be better served if that Cornish echoed that actual setback in the building myself. So maybe that's something we can discuss more, and maybe make a recommendation on that. To me, it feels like something that's just tacked on as a last minute addition. I did have a little question about the roof line Cornish. There's something on the drawings called a roof scupper, which is just basically a cutout. And when I looked into it, it's never something I've seen before, but it looks like it has to do with drainage. Is that correct?
I'll defer to the architect on that one. I believe you're right, but I'll let Steve chime in on that one.
Hey, Steve Addison. If you're trying to talk, we can't hear you. You're on mute.
Sorry, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, that is correct. The roof scupper has to do with drainage. It's actually a building code requirement. It's in case the roof drains become inundated with a massive deluge, and they can't handle the water. It prevents it from basically flooding up and over the parapet. It allows some sort of path for the water to be discharged from the roof. It would only ever really come into effect if there is like a once in 100-year storm.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I just wanted to make sure that wasn't the only drainage method because I think that would be kind of awkward and not good for your building. But yeah, as far as heritage, that was all I had.
Okay. Alex, you got anything?
I guess just my comment on the also on the Cornice line would be that this is probably, I guess, an oversight in the design requirements, but it looks like the Morris House is downhill from this building, but it's still like a horizontal. The Cornice line still tries to carry over horizontally on a plane, so I think that might be part of why it looks, in a way, sort of vertically in the wrong place. Like, because it does sort of look, I understand the intent of it, but it does look out of place to me in a way, and I feel like that might be part of why. But yeah, like I generally agree with everyone else. I think that if there's going to be a Cornice line, it may as well continue around the building rather than just being tacked onto the inside. And maybe having some sort of massing variation would also make more sense, but I think the most important thing would be carrying it around the building.
Thank you. I have nothing else to say. I mean, you guys have said everything that I could possibly say on the heritage and the Cornice line, which seems to be a common theme. Matthew, did you want to add anything? Oh, Tom, go ahead.
I have one more heritage comment, and I think one of the heritage defining elements of the Morris House are the windows, the double hung and mullioned, and the windows in this building, which are very dominant, and I can see the rhythm of them following the historic house. But I'm wondering, is there not a more sympathetic window use that would reflect the placement of the building, the heritage building? Some overhung windows with mullions that are more in keeping with the heritage, because as Jonathan says, a lot of it looks sort of tacked on, and so anyway, just I wonder, could we look at windows that are reflect the heritage value rather than these very modern windows that are shown on the renderings? Thank you. That's it.
We'll make a note of that for when we get to the motion. I don't know, Matthew, if you had anything you wanted to add to this on the discussion of heritage.
I don't think so. What I'm hearing is not so much a need for clarification as sort of thoughts and recommendations. So to me, they sound like exactly that, things that the committee can put together for a formal recommendation. I think unless someone had a question they wanted clarified, I think that sounds to me like some pretty good materials to bring forward for recommendation.
Yeah, I think so too. Do we have any other questions on any other topics?
Do we have, if this has been reviewed by the Heritage Committee and the Heritage Planners, they are the people with expertise, and they might be doing this on a regular basis. So I think we also have to defer them. They have approved it, you say, Matthew. Yes?
Sorry, yeah.
Has Matthew disappeared?
I think you're a little broken up. I think I got most of what you said, so correct me if I've missed it, because you were kind of a little in and out. But I think what you were saying is that the heritage planners, were they reviewing on this? I think you're a little broken up. I think I got most of it. Sure. So correct me if you're a little in and out. But I think what you were saying is that the heritage planners would be this. Oop.
You know,
No, I think we're still good. Can everyone still hear me? Yeah, okay, I'm seeing nods in the same time as me asking questions, so that's a good start. There seemed like there was some sort of a delay there for a second. I was just kind of hearing everything again. So to quickly go over that, I think the question was, did Heritage have a review in this? And the answer would be yes, they did. They were able to have a review of all of the parts of the building that were affected by Chapter 5. And we were essentially in contact with them for all parts that we were reviewing against. And at the end of the day, they gave us sign off to say, we're okay with what it is that you're interpreting and how you've interpreted these sections. But I missed the last part of that. So if there was anything beyond that to the question, unfortunately, that was when it kind of cut out too much for me to understand.
No, that was my question. It has been reviewed by the Heritage Group of the city. So I think our comments, I think we just add them comments and recommendations.
Yeah, you can certainly, there's still a little bit of glitchiness going on there. I'm not sure if it's my computer or someone else's, but absolutely, if you want to make recommendations, especially if it's to do with heritage, we can certainly ensure that not only the development officer looking it over, or not only is the development officer looking it over, but that it's still making its way to heritage, especially if there's a recommendation that's kind of got a bit of a question in it as well. We're more than happy to bring that to heritage as well.
Okay, we're good. I wanted to ask a question of the applicant. And it's regarding the material that they're going to use on the exterior and the colors. I'm just curious if you can explain in more detail what the intention, what the materials are going to be.
Yeah, certainly. The materials will be corrugated profile steel siding, painted. The field color will be a white color. It has a specific name, but I think it's bone white on the Vic West catalog. And the accent colors that are on the projected window bays and entrance vestibules will be a dark charcoal color.
It's all neutral tones then. Did you give thought to brighter colors?
And sorry, I failed to mention, it might be a little bit harder to see in the renderings, but around the windows on the two facades facing our Maynard Street and Charles Street, we will use a trim flashing profile that will be various different colors. So that'll add a splash of color to the, like you said, neutral tone to the building, as well as the exterior doors will be an accent color as well.
Okay, I was going to say I liked how you made a good attempt to draw put bay windows into this to reflect the Victorian era of these homes from the area. I think that's nice. And things like molding around windows and colors are other options that can be used to, I guess, further enhance sort of this tip of the hat to the old style of architecture. Any other questions for anyone? Hearing none, I think we're going to go to the discussion phase.
I just had a couple quick ones. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Alex. Please.
So just I guess further on what Ted just said, I was wondering if the colors are finalized, just because it looks, I like the idea, but I noticed the window highlights are kind of different colors around different parts of the buildings, whereas all the doors are green. And to me, it would look better if the door colors matched the window highlight colors sort of by section of the building a bit better. So I was just wondering if there's a reason why all the doors are green, or if that's just sort of like a preliminary thing.
That's one that is one choice. That's what we represented in the renderings. But we certainly have had some discussion about matching the colors of the accents around the windows to the door colors of the corresponding grade related unit underneath each of those bays. we also discussed other kind of games that you could play, like maybe they're different colors, but still one of the other colors of the window bay window frames.
Right on. The other detail I was just wondering about, it's kind of a small detail, but the accent lighting. Again, I like the idea, but on one side, the accent lights are right above the cornice line, which sort of interferes with them. And then on the other face, one set of the accent lights shines on all the HVAC vents. I was wondering if maybe there was a way to take those into account. So it just seems like those elements are confounding the accent lights, really. So I was wondering if maybe they could be moved.
Yeah, keep in mind that it is a rendering, and and the light quality is sometimes difficult to control, especially with the way the cornice lines project out. So those will be certainly considered in the final placement of the lighting on the building. I apologize for representing it with, like you said, the HVAC venting being shadowed by that accent lighting.
Oh no, I mean, I think that's an accurate way of representing it, and I mean, good on you for making it photorealistic kind of thing. But yeah, it just struck me as an odd place for that, I guess.
Yeah, that's we were going for a photorealistic rendering, and we did want to represent some HVAC venting on the outside of the building, just to be true to the fact that the building requires services, and these things will be on the envelope of the building.
Great, thanks. That's really all I had.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, everybody. The next thing to do is to put a motion on the floor, and we can start the discussion. If you look in the agenda, there is a motion there to recommend, and that's what I suggest that we do. Could I have somebody on the committee make a motion? And I'll say, I've noticed it's usually Jonathan who puts these motions on the floor. Maybe somebody else would like to do it this time.
I have it ready. I can do it.
Thank you, Jessica. Go ahead, read it.
Motion that the Design Advisory Committee recommend approval of the Level 2 site plan approval application for 2487 Maynard Street, Halifax, Nova Scotia.
Do I have a seconder?
Seconded.
Seconded by Alex. The motion is on the floor. Open the floor to discussion. I think the first item of business is I'd just like to get a consensus. Are we generally in agreement that these design criteria are being met? Let's just set aside the heritage stuff, but is there any other concerns about any of the other 40 or so criteria? I'm hearing nothing. Okay, so that's a good sign that we'll recommend that it does meet. So then let's just go towards the heritage criteria. There's about 4 or 5 of them. Items 147 to 150, and then I think 157. Is there any concerns that those criteria are not being met? Because we can still make suggestions on how to improve it. The first thing is, does it meet?
Can we, I'm not sure whether these are questions or comments, but there's an interesting thing. The apartments at the ground floor, apartments 101 and 103 on the level 1, it says that the private spaces must be protected from the street by, I don't see that in the, okay, I've lost my video. That's, can the architect answer that? Are there planters and walls that provide the at-grade privacy for those apartments on Maynard Street? And I also
what criteria number is that?
It's the C image number 1 I have in my notes. Isn't it? It's very early on. I'm not sure which one it is.
I think it's 119, I think. Privacy for grade related units.
Yes. Yeah. It's only a small point. The other point is There are no solar panels on the roof. I'm wondering, has Energy and Halifax's push for 2050 and energy conservation and sustainability in buildings, has that been addressed in this building? And also my favorite topic, the renderings show street trees, and I would like to see a good smattering of street trees included in the site landscape plan. So there we go. We can add those to the recommendations, but that's outside the heritage.
Okay, first things first, is we got to decide if all of the criteria are being met or not. And that's, you mentioned item 119, as if it might not be met. So let's go to Matthew.
Just a quick point. It sounds like when you made the motion, you might have used the wrong civic address. Just in case I misheard, it's 2495 Maynard Street.
On the website, it says 248.
Yeah, that's what our agenda says, 2487.
Yeah, that this has been an issue.
What building are we approving?
This has been an issue for a while. 2487 is next door. That's the old abandoned car auto dealership, I suppose. It hasn't been that for a while, but that's when I referenced that little portion that got demolished off of the existing building. 2487 is the existing building. And
So
that is the adjacent site. So we're at 2495, which is the corner lot.
Okay, well, we got rules of order to follow here. Jesse, would you like to make a motion to rescind your motion?
Should I rescind it or amend it?
Let's try rescinding. We've never done that before.
Okay, I'll make a motion to rescind my motion.
Do I have a seconder?
Seconded.
Yeah, I think that's good enough. Motion rescinded. Oh, no, wait. Do you have all in favor?
Yes.
Aye. Opposed? No, motion rescinded. Okay. Liam, I hope we did that right. Let's try this again. Jesse, do you want to make a motion for 2495?
Sure. So I will motion that the Design Advisory Committee recommend approval of the level 2 site plan approval application for 2495 Maynard Street, Halifax, Nova Scotia.
Thank you.
Seconded.
Seconder by Alex. Okay, so we're on to the discussion. Okay, let's go right back to item 119.
Sorry, quick point though. Do we need to like amend the agenda if the civic address is wrong?
Nope.
We should.
I guess. Oh, I should?
I don't know.
No need to amend it. Liam says no need, and he's our expert. Thank you
Okay.
very much, Liam. That's a relief. Okay. Item 119, Matthew, I'd like to sort this item out first, make sure we don't have a problem there. Tom was questioning whether we meet this criteria. Can you just go over that and tell us why we do, or why maybe we don't, please?
So Tom is right in that there is a need for screening of some form for grade related units, but the specific requirements of section 119 dictate that at grade private open spaces with a depth of 2.5 meters or greater, and that would be the trigger. At 2.5 meters or more, they're known as grade related spaces that need this privacy. Because these are about 1.5 meters in depth, they don't qualify for section 119. So this is generally coming about because the requirements for grade related units, which is section 90, I believe, and subsection, I'm going to say 4 off the top of my head, require that a grade related unit have some form of either a porch or patio, and it must be a minimum of 1.5 meters deep by 3 meters wide. So the minimums that are required dictate what generally the applicants are putting forward. If they don't meet that 2.5 meter depth threshold, then section 119 won't apply.
That's it. It's not applicable. So there's no requirement to do this. Okay. Tom,
Okay, that's
good
fine.
eye for bringing that up. Thank you.
May I, just a technical question. It says on my computer, you cannot start your video because the co-host has stopped it. And I can't get my wonderful face to appear. What's happening?
Yeah, Tom, it says that your network bandwidth is low, and so it's like kind of shutting you down. I might suggest that you log off and then come back in and see if that fixes things.
Okay.
But yeah, your feed is problematic. I think with that, let's just keep talking. Tom will be back. Let's just keep talking about the heritage criteria. First of all, are we satisfied that it meets these criteria? And then if we are satisfied, I know there's an appetite to suggest improvements on the Cornice line, but I want to make sure we're satisfied. And I'll just say, does anybody have any concerns that it's not being met? If I hear nothing, then I'll say that we're saying that we're going to go along with what Matthew is saying, that these criteria are met. Anybody have anything to say? No. Okay. So why don't we go in and start coming up with some wording to make the improvements? And really everybody was piling on that one with some suggestions, including Tom's not here. Jonathan, can I go to you? You had some really good wording, I thought, on suggestions.
Sure. Can we get the motion pulled up so we can see what we're working on? Maybe.
I know. I'll just throw a couple things out there. We had ideas about carrying the Cornice line around. It looked like it wasn't very distinguished because it was sort of tacked on, was the phrase that you used.
And then possibly moving it up to align with the actual setback as well.
There's a lot of stuff on it. So I got a working on it here from Liam. So it's coming up.
May I make some comments about maybe some of the design choices that we've made regarding the cornice, just to clarify some of the design intent?
I think that would be welcome. So go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, so one of the comments was about the fact that the cornice line was only expressed on two portions of the building and was negated from the building bump outs, the window bays. So we felt that the cornice line extended the horizontality through how it met the balconies that are projected as well. And also we felt that our overall design intent in response to the heritage property next door was that we create these bump outs that would emulate what's going on the architecturally important facade, which is actually facing the street behind Charlotte, or the street down from it, not the side of the building. And so in trying to mirror those volumes onto our building, we felt that if the cornice line broke those strong vertical elements horizontally, it would take something away from the vertical nature of the building. And we also, if you've noticed from that elevation, we've tried to build from the lower residential type scale up to the corner of Maynard Street. So those volumes kind of follow a gradient that goes up, and we felt that breaking them with a horizontal element would also diminish that feeling of stepping down to the more residential scale buildings behind us at that transition line. Just wanted to provide that context, just in case it did influence any of your recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. Provide some good context. Okay, we got everybody back here. I'll go back to Jonathan to start adding some words here, taking into consideration what Steve has added.
Yeah, just appreciate that feedback. My thoughts are just to, I guess, to have it on, not on the bay windows, because that would be really awkward, but just on the main massing of the building, but to have it wrap around the three facades that don't have a setback. I think that would help sort of give the building more of a unified identity. Yeah, yeah. And I don't know if we'd want to include words to say that it's not about the bay windows, it's only about where the lighter materials exist. And then I don't know what everyone else's thought about it is, but I think it would be more successful, because to me this is more about intent than actually pulling those lines straight across, like Alex was saying. And I think providing that intent would work better if it was moved up, if the Cornish line was moved up one floor to match that setback on the rear of the building. Match the setback on the rear of the building. Anyone else?
Well, look, Jesse, Alex, and Tom, you all had some comments on the Cornish line. Like, make sure you're satisfied.
I think that looks good to me.
Yeah, I'd say in terms of the Cornice, mine is covered there.
Before we go on, there's somebody named Sujana.
I would like
who added something to the chat. I'm not sure who Sujana is. Is there any chance that's you, Nancy?
Do we have?
No? Okay, we should just ignore that. I don't know who's adding comments into this chat.
Yeah, I don't see them as a participant, so that's odd.
We satisfied with this, that it captures what we want? Okay, I'm getting some nods. That makes me happy. Tom, you had something about windows, and you had something about the top.
Have been the other members of the committee that
that captures what we want. Okay, I'm getting some, that makes me happy.
I think you'll have to turn your video off because the audio is bad.
Do I have agreement from the other centimeter cornice? Can you hear me now? Hello? Can you hear me now? Yes.
Yes, way clear.
That's much better.
That the top cornice be enlarged or become a more significant element to reflecting the heritage building. Is it possible to look at windows that have a more historical element than the current very modern windows? Okay, that's it. Thank you.
I agree with Tom, your other recommendation too about adding trees to the landscape plan. As a public good, I think that's how we usually word it.
Thank you, Liam. Do we have any other further suggestions?
Well, I think it's Maynard and Charles, and the addition of the street trees is as shown in the illustrations, but not shown on the site plan or the landscape plan.
Tom, was there trees on the Maynard Street? I didn't see them on the site plan.
I believe if there is room, we should plant street
Yes, I agree. Yeah.
on the and those should be included in the landscaping plan. If there is no room, then it's irrelevant. But I think all the elements, all the plans that we have looked at today will have the same issue. They are all shown in the elevations and illustrations, but not shown on the landscaping site plan. So it's a very minor point, but I'd like to bring it up. I'd like to. And that's me finished. And you're in a rush, Ted. So that's me finished. Thank you.
Further suggestions?
I'll quickly add coordinating the colors between the doors and the windows better, and reconsidering the positioning of the accent lighting.
Thank you. Okay, I think we've got it. I'm not hearing anything else. I'll ask somebody to make a motion to amend the motion on the floor by reading what Liam has there.
Ted, can I add one last point?
Of course you can.
I just want to reflect on what Tom started regarding the developer and the designers to review the requirements for building sustainability for 2050, Halifax 2050. So, and if there is any added sustainability or green building requirements that they can add to the buildings, that would be great. So I'll reword that. Developer and designer to review the Halifax 2050 sustainability requirements for greener buildings, and try to implement wherever possible to meet those requirements.
Thank you. All right. Could someone read the amendment, please?
Okay, I can read that. Yeah. The design. Okay. Is there something that we need to read before that?
No, just starting at
okay.
That the motion be amended.
Okay, that the motion be amended to add with consideration to the following recommendations: that the cornice line wrap around the three facades that do not have a setback where the lighter material exists, that the cornice line be moved up one floor to match the setback on the rear of the building, that the top cornice be enlarged to become a more significant element to reflect the heritage of the building, consideration to windows that have a more, to have, should it be to have? Consideration to windows to have a more historical element than the current windows, the addition of street trees along Maynard and Charles Street as shown in the landscape plan, coordinating the colors between the doors and the windows and reconsidering the positioning of the accent lighting, developer and designer to review Halifax 2050 sustainability requirements, for greener buildings and try to implement the requirements wherever possible.
Thank you.
Seconder.
Okay, I'll call for the question. All in favor of the amended motion, say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstained? Hearing none, the amendment passes. Next, we need a motion to approve the motion as amended. We do not need to read the entire thing. Somebody could make that motion, please. The wording might be, I'd like to amend the motion on the, approve the motion on the floor as amended.
Okay, I can do that. Motion to approve the motion on the floor as amended.
Second,
I'll
Second.
second that. Okay.
by Jonathan. All in, I'm going to call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Motion passes. Thank you. Matthew, thank you very much. Steve,
Thank you,
thank you
everybody.
for answering our questions. Appreciate it.
Yes, thank you for the recommendations, everyone.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to set aside Maynard Street. We're going to go on to our second project. Okay. So our second project is item 9.1.2, case number 23305, level 3 site plan approval for Cogswell and Gottingen. We have Taylor McIntosh, who is here for the first time presenting to us. And representing the client are Michael Napier from Michael Napier Architects and Michael Schreifel from Michael Napier Architects. They are available to answer any questions from the committee. So with that, I'm going to pass this over to Taylor. The floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Are you able to hear me okay?
We are. Thank you.
Perfect. All right. Hi, everyone. Hello, committee members. My name is Taylor McIntosh, and I am a Planner 1 with Land Development and Subdivision. I'm here to present a site plan approval application for a property at the corner of Gottingen and Cogswell Street. There isn't currently a civic that's as defined as other properties, so there is a PID to find that property, but I will just refer to it as Gottingen and Cogswell. So we can do the first slide there, please. Great, thank you. So this is a fairly central location, so it may be somewhere that you are aware of, but we'll start with some site context. So shown here is Cogswell Street running the length of the screen, left to right, and then Gottingen Street meeting it at the corner. Next slide, please. This might help you orient yourself a little bit better with the aerial imagery. So across Cogswell Street from the site is the Centennial Pool. On the opposite corner is the Halifax Police Headquarters. So some institutional uses on that side of Cogswell. Across and along Gottingen is a mix of uses, mainly commercial and multi-unit residential. And to the left of the screen, it transitions into a lower density residential area. Next slide, please. So just a bit of background. This property is zoned CEN 2 or Center 2 in the Regional Center Land Use Bylaw. That would be Package A. And the existing use is that the site is currently vacant. There were formerly 2 low-rise commercial buildings, which have been fairly recently demolished. Next slide, please. This is a view of the land use bylaw zoning schedule. You can see that this was formerly 2 lots, but they have been consolidated. So it's the whole area in the pinkish red there. So this block is split Center 2 zoning and Center 1. So there is no transition line where this entire block is all under Center zoning. So we don't have a transition line applicable in this application. And next slide, please. And so this is a view from the street. The building with the red arrow has been removed, and the site goes back to about where the red dotted line is. And you can see on the other side of Cogswell is the Centennial Pool. Next slide, please. This is looking at the site from Cogswell Street. So both buildings with the arrows have been removed. And again, there is a dotted line showing roughly where the site ends. I will point out this building to the left is not a registered heritage property, and there are no heritage considerations for this application. Next slide, please. This is just a little bit of a different angle to show a little bit more context. So you can see we're on the edge of what we would call the downtown Halifax area. We're right on the edge there. And it's the police headquarters on the far right there. All right, and next slide, please. So the proposal in front of the committee is a 11-story building. That's 10 regular stories and 1 penthouse, and 174 residential units are proposed. There is main level commercial space facing Gottingen Street. Gottingen Street is designated as a pedestrian oriented commercial street in the bylaw, so commercial space is required on the Gottingen Street line. And there are also 4 levels of underground space, which the applicant has designated as building storage mainly. And the building is classified as a tall mid-rise building under the land use bylaw, which means it is between 20 and 26 meters in height. And this is a rendering showing the Gottingen facing side of the building. If we could do the next slide, please. And this is showing the Cogswell side of the building. So I will point out along the street line in the about the middle of the building are grade related residential units. And on the left of the building on the street line is a bit of a colonnade, which forms a part of a grade related open space. Next slide, please. In the same order, this is Gottingen rendering at nighttime. So showing an idea of the illumination of the building. And next slide, please. And the Cogswell side with a night view. Perfect. And so this is just a quick view of the site plan. As you can see, the majority of the lot is covered by the building. There's no maximum coverage requirement in these zones. Next slide, please. And so where we are in the process is that we are completing a level 3 site plan approval, as this is a building greater than 5,000 square meters in area. The applicant has completed a pre-application. So they have demonstrated that the land use bylaw requirements as well as the site plan approval criteria of Part 6 have been addressed. Next slide, please. This is a slide that I'm sure you've probably seen a couple times before. So this is where we are in the process. The public information and consultation and design advisory committee requirements are where we are about right now. Those will have to be completed before the full site plan approval and the remaining portion of the process up until permit issuance. Next slide, please. So I'll do an overview of the Part 6 criteria. So there is an at-grade private open space proposed. So that's the left side of the building when you're facing it on Cogswell. It's in a bit of a side rear yard of the building. So there is a pedestrian connection provided to Cogswell Street. It's been demonstrated that there's barrier-free access and permanent seating. There's a ground cover of pavers and vegetation, and there's weather protection provided by a cantilever or recess, which is provided by that colonnade at the end of the building, as well as there were also deciduous trees provided. Next slide, please. This is a bit of a view of that space. So to the left of the screen is that open space. And there's also a view there of the landscaping plan, which is a bit more detailed, which shows the deciduous trees at the rear, and also the permanent seating, which is along the edge of the building, which would be within that colonnade area. Perfect. Next slide, please. In terms of the Chapter 3 requirements, it has been demonstrated that street wall articulation has been achieved through changes in materials, projections, and recesses, and that this has been continued around the sides as required. There's materials such as concrete panel, glazing, spandrel panel, laminate cladding, and brick cladding. The pedestrian entrances are distinguished mainly by a brick cladding, and they are weather protected by a recess. The ground floor commercial units have met the percentage range of clear glass glazing, and the grade related units have clear glass glazing within the percentage range required as well. There's weather protection achieved through cantilever and recessed entrances to the residential and commercial spaces. And there's no exposed foundation, which is not consistent with the design proposed. Building top distinction has been accomplished with a change in materials and recess. The development officer has agreed that the penthouse level meets those requirements. However, the applicant has also offered that the parapet of the building would also meet those requirements. And rooftop mechanical features are visually integrated into the design and concealed from public view. Next slide, please. And so this is the view from Gottingen Street, showing the street wall and the elevation of that side. And next slide, please. Thank you. And this is, of course, Cogswell Street, showing the elevation. Next slide, please. And then just a reminder of the street walls from the renderings. Great, thank you. Next slide. So there is a pedestrian connection from the public street to the at-grade private open space. There's no motor vehicle parking external to the building, and the access for vehicles meets street wall requirements. And the visual impact of utility features has been minimized, mainly by opaque screening. Next slide, please. As I did mention, there is no abutting heritage and it is not within a heritage conservation district, so heritage requirements do not apply to this application. Next slide, please. It's been demonstrated that the illumination meets the requirements of the land use bylaw, and this is also not a designated view terminus site, and so those requirements have not been applied to this application. Next slide, please. There is no variation requested in this application. And next slide. So we are asking for your recommendations, please, for this property at the corner of Gottingen and Cogswell Street. I think I'll hand it over to you if there's any questions or.
Taylor, thank you very much for the presentation. I'll open up the floor to questions.
I'll go with a couple. Right off the bat, I was a bit surprised when I saw this being such a large tall to mid-rise building, because the site itself allows for something quite a bit bigger through my estimation. So I was just curious from the developer or the architect why they chose this big, large 10-story building instead of something that might have been skinnier or taller.
We are supposed to have a few people from the applicants here. And if you are trying to speak, you are on mute.
I am not
Michael
on
Napier.
mute now. This is Michael Napier. How are
Thank
you?
Go.
Thanks. Yes, Jonathan, this area, you would be allowed to go 90 meters with the rampart view planes and things. You'd be restricted to probably 16, 17 stories, somewhere around that. But because the way the land use bylaw is written, once you get into a high rise, the setbacks from the property lines on a small site like this, you really are left with nothing to build on. So it really discourages point towers on small properties. You have to have quite a big lot and a fair amount of depth to be able to do that. I think it's 12.5 meters is the setback once you get into a high rise.
Right. Okay, thanks. Yeah, it's just until I saw the plans, I had seen renderings a few months ago, but until I saw the plans, I didn't realize quite how narrow the site was. So that does make sense.
Yeah.
My other question in the presentation there, it was talking about brick as a material, and that's not something I can necessarily see on the rendering. So is all the white that's on the rendering, is that a light brick that covers the building? Or is there something I'm not seeing?
No, the actual brick that was referred to by Taylor is on the recesses down at street level as far as the residential. A lot of the large white areas are precast concrete.
Okay.
And so that's what you're seeing primarily. The curved section on the corner of Cogswell and Goderson will have a process during the casting of the concrete where there will be permanent images embossed into the concrete. It's a fairly interesting process that's quite common in Europe now. And just coming here, and the final artwork for that is hoped to be reflective of the heritage district that's being proposed for the neighborhood. But it has not been finalized yet. We're still working with Stresscon, the precast concrete manufacturer, on that.
Thanks, Michael. I appreciate that, because that was my next question, was that corner. It's such a, well, it's not technically a view terminus. It's an extremely prominent corner in the city. And yeah, I think having something of that nature, maybe if it includes lighting of some sort, something to really highlight and celebrate that corner, would be great, because in the rendering it's a little lackluster, but it sounds like you're working on that.
Well, if you don't mind me commenting,
Sure.
the corner is over 90 degrees, so it's like about 120 degree corner. And so if you start putting windows into that corner, when we looked at it, they became very narrow, just to make the curve work, going around the curve of the building. And there's another building up on Goderson Street that had a curve with a bunch of windows on it like that, and we didn't want to replicate that feel. So that was why we stayed away and trying to make it not really a deco feel, but something more in that line. So.
Yeah, I can appreciate that, and I do get that deco feel from the design.
Mm-hmm.
That's all from me.
Okay.
Anyone else?
Hey, this is Tom. I 100% agree with Jonathan. To me, that was the one issue, because that is a very, very visible corner. And Michael, it's great to hear that you're looking at a sculpture or a pictorial element there, because on the renderings it looks a very, very bland blancmange sort of curve. So it's good to hear that something is happening. But it'd be good to see what is happening if it, because it is such a prominent spot. So can we go back to that, or can we see later on what has been proposed for there? My other question is the section 121 of the bylaw, where we're looking at 8 meter stretches of a building face and looking for changes in material and recessing and elevations. All the changes on this building are horizontal, and we don't get the 8 meter change up and down vertically on the building. So could, and Taylor said it did meet that requirement of 121. So I didn't see it. So am I missing something?
I had the same question as Tom.
In other words, Taylor, all the changes of material are horizontal, and the bylaw requests 8 meter stretches where the vertical elements of the building, and we've been saying that for the past year. It's getting very repetitive. So I'm wondering, is how does this pass the bylaw, the 121 bylaw?
Right, so 121 requires distinct sections that are not exceeding 8 meters, but no less than 0.3 meters, which compared to 8 meters can be a smaller area, which creates that distinction. So there are areas within the street wall that are closer to that minimum, but do create distinction. Also, projections and recesses are also one of the options for distinction. And there are recesses, also, I would say, yes, probably horizontal, but also bringing some amount of a vertical distinction into it as well. Does that answer your question? I'm not sure if maybe Michael might have something to add too, but.
Well, it's definitely an interpretation, but it's not the interpretation that we have been working with for the last year of 8 meter vertical changes in the panel. The walls are full of change with the very broad white bands of the verandas or patios. But it's a very strong horizontal element, and I'm wondering how you have equated the bylaw to the vertical changes that are requested in the bylaw to that. You seem to feel that it meets the bylaw. I would disagree with you.
So it's the vertical element that you disagree with the most?
The bylaw requires changes from 0.3 of a meter to 8 meters along the street faces of buildings. And all of the buildings that we've looked at in the past year reflect that element. Here, there is very, very few changes vertically. The changes are all horizontal. But you say that it meets the requirements of section 121, and I would disagree with you. Is there any other comment from other members of the committee, of the group?
Yeah,
That's
like
part of. Go ahead.
For me, I'm just not seeing it like on the. Sorry, I'm echoing, so somebody might need to mute. On the Godigan side or the Cogswell side, like where all the glass patios are, it just is really like starkly a bunch of horizontal stripes of the floors. But I do see that on the back side, like there is the vertical distinction up against that low-rise residential property on the back. So maybe that, I guess that could be seen as the vertical distinction. But to me, like looking at those facades, it is quite like all of the same.
And just to make sure I'm clear, so section 121 is distinct areas between this range in width. Is the vertical requirement, is that something you're pointing to somewhere else, or? I may just not be totally clear.
Are you asking me, is it somewhere? I don't think we should get bogged down in this. If it's not an issue with other members of the committee, Jesse and I maybe see a difference. It's a very, very strong horizontal element in its design, and the bylaw requests are asks for vertical variation on a street wall, and it's just not there in this building. There is variation, but it's very monotonous and repetitive of 8 floors of the glass patios. There is a vertical variation up at the corner of at the north or west corner of Cogwell, where it abuts the older housing, but that's the only place where there's vertical changes to this whole design.
Jonathan.
Yeah, no, to me, I don't interpret the balconies as part of the street wall. To me, the street wall is only those first 3 or 4 floors, because the actual wall of the building is set back behind those balconies. I agree, it's a very heavily horizontal emphasized building, but as far as meeting the bylaws, I see it as doing such.
Mm-hmm. You know what, I think for this one, I want to save the rest of that discussion on 121 until we get to the discussion portion, all right? And then, because that'll make up our motion on whether or not we think it meets or doesn't meet, but I think we've talked it out right now. We have any more questions? I've got a couple, by the way, but I want to go last. I've got Alex, Nancy, Jesse.
I was going to ask more on the street wall, so I could save that.
Okay, if you need any clarification though, now is a good time.
I guess, yeah, just for a point of clarification, when we're talking about the street wall, which floors are we talking about? Because this would, I think, it's very different if we're talking about the whole face of the building versus the podium versus just the first floor. My interpretation was that it was mostly the first floor that mattered, but it's not 100% clear, and I think there's some confusion there.
So the street wall would be up until where the building steps back.
Okay.
So it would be mainly the podium.
So like the first 3 floors basically on the Cogswell side?
3.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay.
Further questions? Hearing none.
Oh, I just
Okay.
have one quick.
Oh, go Jesse.
It's just on the seating and the weather protection in the open space. I think in the drawings, there's the weather protection, which is trees, and then there's the seating opposite. Is that seating like in a recess, or is it weather protected? I can't quite tell.
Yes, there is a recess along that side that they've described as a colonnade.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Okay. For myself, we know the architect, Mr. Napier. Who's the applicant themselves? I didn't know where this was. Didn't see it anywhere.
The application was made by Mr. Napier. He's the applicant as well.
Who's the owner?
I'm not sure we have that information currently. I can.
Unfortunately, it's not something I know off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Or Michael
It's
may know if
Principal Developments Limited.
Thank you. Question for you, Taylor. This is, in a lot of our views, this is a high visibility area. Is there any requirements for, say, any kind of enhanced architectural features or distinctive flourishes that are required for this location or anywhere in Package A?
For the most part, those would come in. I think what sort of elements you're thinking I would come in if this was considered a view terminus site, which this one is not. So those requirements do not come into play.
If it was a view terminus, what would be some examples of enhancements that would be required?
I personally don't have experience with an application that had those, and I'm not quite at a point to get them off the top of my head, but I could look something up, or Aaron may know a bit more
Mhm.
off the top of her head.
I'm just not, I just have my hand on the search function of the bylaw, so that's why I've got it, Taylor. Design requirements for emphasis of view terminus sites includes extension of the height of the portion of the street wall, location of a clock tower, bell tower, rooftop, cupola, spire, steeple, minaret at the top of the building, providing at-grade private open space or locating public art installation, landmark elements, a cultural artifact on a portion of the street wall, or in an at-grade private open space. Those are the options that are set out in the bylaw.
Thank you. The lighting on this for you, Michael. Can you talk about the lighting on this building, and are you doing anything that's really special? The reason why I say that is, again, we're all kind of believe this is a really prominent location, and in my view, I like when there's special lighting, like really distinctive, something that might frame the entire building. I know at our convention center, they tried that. I don't think it worked very well, but I've seen in lots of other cities where distinctive lighting, especially framing a building, has worked well. Have you given any consideration to that, or can you tell me about anything special that you have intended for this building, please?
I'm probably the wrong person to be speaking to about that because I'm not a big believer in light pollution, and I try and keep uplight off of our buildings whenever possible. I think our streets and cities are flooded with unnecessary light. I agree there's some stunning buildings around the world with, some really interesting lighting features. We've tried it on a couple of buildings with, so-so results. We worked on the Alexander, and we're supposed to light the top portion of that quite dramatically. It's not quite as dramatic as perhaps it could be. One of the major impediments to this is the technology is rapidly changing and cost is coming down, but in the past it has been hugely expensive to do. But that's not the reason we didn't do it on this building. There is a lot of light in the area to start with. We were trying to keep the street aspects well lit, so that the part of the building that the pedestrian experiences is well articulated. And the corner, when you were talking about the view terminus and what would be, as Aaron said, public art is one of those items, and we're looking at that area as being considered public art and to have it illuminated well in the evening. I apologize that we don't have a good example of what that could be. I think it will be well received though when it's done.
Okay, and you're referring just to the embossing, right? Is there anything else besides the embossing that you're looking at doing to improve the visual appeal on the street?
Well, just the amount of lighting on the overhangs that we have along the pedestrian areas. So there'll be a lot of down lighting. So those alcoves that are there will be accentuated. And so they'll have more depth because of that lighting at night.
Thank you. I noticed on Cogswell, if you go up Cogswell, we've got it's really picturesque, right? All those Victorian era homes with different paint colors. And then this building is white. Did you give any consideration to changing the design to kind of continuing that flow of those colorful buildings?
When you're looking at a building of this scale, color becomes a very problematic, item. Those buildings are lovely. They have a scale to them that a new building of this size, can't hope to replicate. So we would rather stay away from getting into a dialogue language and color with some of those, like the building beside it, is a very vivid, mustardy, color. And, you can't put something like that over a building this size without having disastrous results as far as I'm concerned. We tried to create a building that was, timeless and that won't look dated in 20 or 40 or 60 years. So
Thank you. What about brick? There's a lot of brick buildings around the area, like the police building, Propeller. And this building used to be brick. Was that given, would you give consideration to that?
yeah, the neighboring building's brick also, and the Vimy Arms. This really is going to be something that sits within all that brick, but isn't brick. Again, you either try and blend in and see what happens with all the different colored brick that are there in the neighboring buildings, or you try and have a neutral counterpoint. And we've taken the neutral counterpoint as being the best approach for the long term.
How come?
How come?
Yes.
The amount of brick on a building this size, if you get into brick, it's, it can be quite overpowering. And again, as you said, there's the building across the street on all sides. There's the Vimy Arms beside it. The police station is a classic brick building. But again, our feeling was that we wanted to not try and compete with those. And we're more of a neutral backdrop, I feel.
Thank you. Question, did you think about adding any kind of like a spire or anything decorative on that corner to really, since you have room for height, to really enhance this intersection?
I think most of the people that go through this intersection aren't going to read the upper portion. They're going to be looking at the street wall. And so that's where we concentrated that on. Yes, we could put something up higher, but we didn't really want to have something that some people might deem as gratuitous. So we're trying to, like I said, create a classic understated building that will age well and that people will not think that we're trying too hard in some places.
No further questions. Jonathan, did you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on your first point. This is more of a note to staff because it's come up a lot of times where we're not seeing view terminus buildings, but we're seeing very prominent buildings. So maybe just a note in the meeting minutes that could be something looked at in the future, that maybe that is an important aspect of city building as much as view terminus are.
Good point. Okay. Any other further questions? Hearing none.
I guess,
Okay,
sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Alex.
Just further to what Ted was saying, I was wondering if I can understand the rationale between not wanting the whole building to be a bright color, for example, or even brick. But I was wondering if there was any thought to colored glass balconies, maybe as a way to add color.
There is a provision in the bylaws to not have tailors of dark opaque. Is that what it is, or is it?
I can bring up the section here. It's you mean in materials that are not allowed?
Yeah.
Just let me 1 moment.
I guess the examples I would be thinking of would be like the Vic Suites on Morris or the Pavilion and Curve on South Park, although those might fall under a different land use bylaw, actually, now that I think of it. Because those are probably considered downtown.
Sorry, we're just trying to look that up here. Just 1 moment.
It seems to be the wording is darkly tinted or mirrored glass, accepting spandrel glass panels.
Yeah. So there will be some coloration in the spandrel panels. Very subtle, but it'll be be there as far as the glass and the balconies. Some people still haven't forgiven me for the Vic, for the red balconies, so.
I love it personally, but
well,
I guess it's all in the eye of the beholder.
Yeah, some people think we haven't peeled off the protective coating yet. So.
Right on. Yeah, I was just wondering about that just as a potential avenue for adding more color. But yeah, thanks.
Okay. I think it's time to go to the discussion. So I wonder if somebody could read the motion, what's in the agenda. And there is no address, just says the corner, Gottingen, Cogswell. Can I have a mover?
Yeah, I'll take that. That the Design Advisory Committee recommend approval of the level 3 site plan approval application for the corner of Cogswell and Gottingen, Halifax, Nova Scotia.
Okay, seconder?
Second that.
Seconded by Nancy. Okay, so discussion, motion is on the floor. So now going forward, everything is just between the committee members, unless you have further questions for Taylor or for the applicants. You know what, I had already been drafting up an amendment to the motion, folks, and I might want to step down and just get this one out of the way, if you guys don't mind. No, okay, so I'll hand over to Jonathan.
Go ahead, Ted.
Okay, I'm gonna copy this into the chat for you, Liam. So my view on this, let me tell you about this. I drive by this building all the time, right? And I've been looking at that building that had a Dymaxion sign on it. And I thought, wow, some building will go there and it should be really nice. I can't wait to see what goes there. And I didn't expect it would come to me on this committee, but here we are. When I looked at this, I gotta admit, I was really quite underwhelmed with this project. When you're looking at it, I just see sort of an uninspired building in a location that really should have something really quite lively, because even though it's not a view termini, it really is prominent civic frontage. It's something that everybody sees all the time, and it really deserves to have something important there. As an example, when I'm looking at the building, looking west, did I got that right? East, down Cogswell, it kind of looks, I see a photocopier here. And that's really not a nice thing to say. It's not something that I want to look at. Unfortunately, the hurdles for this project in our committee are very low. We don't really get to say that this shouldn't be approved because we don't like the design. And so I'm going to vote to approve this because it does meet the criteria, but I'm still a little disappointed. And that's why I came up with this motion, the amendment that's written there. And in particular, I think back to my time when I was on the design review committee, and they had a criteria in S1, the design manual, section 3.4.1. It's for high visibility and prominent civic frontage locations. And so what I'd like to do is recommend that the applicant voluntarily apply this criteria to the building because it is such a high visibility location, and that there is I'd say a greater responsibility, civic responsibility to have something really special at this location. And adding something special to this location can really enhance the quality of our downtown and reinforce the precinct strength and I guess strengthen our civic pride. I'm really just reading from section 3.4.1 of the design manual. There should be some more distinctive massing and architectural features on this location. Mr. Napier said that they went for a classic understated building that will age well and not look like it's trying too hard. I understand that, but I would wish that they would do something better here. I think there's an appetite from other members on this committee that they push to do something even better here. So hence, I say apply section 3.4.1 voluntarily, come up with something better. In particular, on that corner, put something really tall, a spire, turret, or even some really noticeable public art on that curve. I like the curve, put something really special there. I'd even consider a giant electronic billboard there. You think there's other cities that have that. You can do some public messaging that would be really useful. Talk about festivals that are coming on, or even advertisements, what have you. It should be a lively area. I like the idea of the nightscape lighting as well, something that frames the building. I think it's a really good location. I think it can be done, and I don't think it would be a detriment to our city or cause, or it'd be worth whatever light pollution that it causes. Hence, I come up with this amendment, and I'm going to ask. I guess I move, and I'm going to read it out here now. I really did a lot of talking there. I'm going to move that the motion be amended to give consideration to the following: that the applicant voluntarily apply to the furthest extent possible the criteria of S1, the design manual, section 3.4.1, in recognition that this site is a high visibility site and prominent civic frontage visible to Haligonians and tourists, and therefore represents a major opportunity to enhance the quality of downtown and strengthen civic pride. This location has a greater responsibility than other locations, and it needs distinctive massing and architectural features. A couple suggestions include, but are not limited to, architectural features such as spires and turrets, arches and porticos. Take advantage of the unused height allowance for this location and add distinction. Consider adding a large electronic board on the corner for public messaging. Add distinct night lighting that frames the building. Consider addition of color or higher quality materials that enhance the texture and the liveliness of this location. And public art. I so move.
Seconded.
Do we have discussion on this, or do we just vote?
Mr. Chair, I think just let everybody have a chance to discuss it before you call the question.
Yeah, so if anyone has any input.
May I say I'm still here. Ted, that was excellent. Thank you very much. I didn't know you were such an articulate and architectural critic. I think Michael has responded though to the spire and the turret element well. And do we really have to list the spire, the turret, the billboard? I think your element, your discussion and your motion says a lot, and it opens it up for the architect to relook at it. But I really don't. I wonder, should we add those elements, very specific? But we're not the designers, and leave it up to the designers to follow through with the broader brush of your amendment.
If I could respond, I'd say I know what you're saying. I kind of agree. And that's why I sort of worded this as suggestions, not demands.
Oh, no, I know.
It's really, it's sort of, the way I look at it is, here's a couple things I came up with. I'd like you to consider it, and then you can add it or not add it. And I thought if it's not written into the motion, then it might not be thought about. And that's why I wanted it. I want it written there so they know that we suggested they consider it.
Fine, okay. So has it been seconded, Jonathan, or shall we move on?
Yeah, it's open if Jesse or Alex wanted to have any word on it. Or Nancy.
Yeah, I can quickly go. I agree with like the nature of the motion. Like I have, again, the echo. Is it me or is it somebody else? I'm not sure. Yeah, I agree with the spirit of what you said, Ted. And I think like I had in my notes that, you know, this site should be like treated as a view terminus site, and really, even if voluntarily, I understand it meets the bylaw, but just because of the nature of the site. So agree. I think, I guess given the nature of this community and this neighborhood, I think the preference that I would have, and open to hearing what other committee members think about this, is really a focus on the public art component. And I know that the applicant mentioned the kind of like embossed concrete on the corner, which I do think is cool, but this neighborhood is really like culturally like rich and diverse and artistic and cool. And I think like even working with a local artist would be maybe even one step further to just make it a really special corner and do something on that kind of round yeah, that round piece with a local artist, I think would be really cool.
Nancy or Alex have anything to add?
Yeah, I would just agree with what Jesse just said in terms of potentially looking to someone local for the art rather than just the concrete manufacturers. But overall, I would say in terms of the motion, I agree with the general sort of, here's an idea of what we think might improve it, but it's optional, but it is a recognition that this is an important site. Yeah, and I would support these considerations without, asking for anything specific, I guess.
Okay, I'll just add.
Liam, oh, sorry, the third line down, is it Liam doing the typing? It's site, S-I-T-E, not site, S-I-G-H-T. Third line down.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just echo everyone. I think there's a lot to this, but it gets the intent across, I think, here. We might not necessarily want a spire right here. I think Michael's answers were good in my estimation, but it is a prominent corner and we need something. So I think this provides leeway and it is just a recommendation. So with that, if I can get someone to amend the motion.
Should we put all?
Well, there are other elements we should add as well, I think.
Yes.
Could I just add on here, Jonathan, that I'm going to suggest that we tackle this one all by itself and then do a second amendment for all the other things. And then I could take back the chair at that point and go over that. But this, I stepped down because I had written all this on my own and I can't chair and do that. So let's say if everybody's satisfied with this motion on a standalone basis, then Jonathan could go and do the vote and then I could take back over and do all the other recommendations.
Yeah, that works for me as long as we're allowed to amend the motion twice.
Yes, we can 20 times.
Nancy, you had something?
I'll add that in the next points, but I'm in agreement with all those points that that Ted and all the committee members have raised.
Okay. So Ted, did you want to amend the motion then, since it's yours?
Yeah, so I've already read it out loud and it's been seconded. Has it been changed again?
No.
No, so now you can just call for the question.
Yeah. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Anyone saying nay? Oh, abstain. Motion amended. Ted, you can have it back.
Thank you. Good job. All right, so we've taken care of that amendment. So now we can make a second amendment because I know there's other things out there. Maybe we'll go right to you, Nancy, and Liam. So I guess you can start a second amendment there, please.
It's going to be the same points that we discussed for the other building, and on this building is going to be even more required regarding the size of the building, the location of the building, and it should be kind of a leader in the sustainability construction. So I recommend that the designers and the developer to review the Nova Scotian Green Building Initiative, known as Halifax 2050, and try to adopt those initiatives wherever possible. To enhance the sustainability of this building's construction. And yeah, that's all for me.
I think Jesse.
Okay, I had one quick question. I guess the green space that's on that corner, there's like a few little kind of like patches of green grass with some street trees. Is that the applicant or is that city property? I don't think there's anything like that there from the applicant.
Sorry, you cut out just a little bit at the end, but I think I got your question. I'm just not sure exactly where. Do you mind describing it again?
Yeah, on the corner where like Cogswell meets Gottingen, there's two little patches of like green grass and they have street trees on them. Like right
Is
on
that on the landscape plan or just on like aerial photography?
It's on the renderings and it's not, I don't see it on the landscape plan. So that's.
I'm just gonna open the renderings here.
Sorry to interrupt. I think those are street trees that are just demonstrated on the plan.
We, I agree with you, Jesse. Can we just simplify it and add to the amendment that street trees that are shown on the renderings are included in the landscape plan?
Yeah, and I was gonna even take it like one step further because I think it, and again, I can't tell because it's not, I can't see actual like plans for it, but I think it would be really nice to have like a couple of benches or something in that green tree area, just given that corner. I think that would be another nice public benefit that could contribute to the motion above. Obviously, depending on who owns those trees and how big that space actually is. But yeah, agree that I'd like to know those things.
And just to confirm what Aaron said, it is on the public right-of-way side. The building goes up to the property line.
So there's nothing there though now, is there? Like that's like a construction site. So is the city putting trees there? Or are they there?
I personally can't speak to the public right-of-way side. There's nothing that I'm aware of in my position.
Okay, I don't think I have enough information to like make this recommendation, which is a little bit frustrating, but like constantly in these renderings, there's like nice trees and green patches like around a building. And then every time we ask about it, it's like, oh, that's actually not the applicant. And the city's like, oh, don't know. So I don't know. I don't understand, I guess, fully, but yeah, you can just delete that recommendation, I suppose.
Well, I do think we have many examples around the city. The Doyle, the developer put in those trees, a very significant change to the streetscape. And I know in Dartmouth, where I live, a number of the developers have included large mature street trees in their development. I think what Jesse and I are getting at, unless they're shown on the landscape plan, they will not be done. And I think it's unfair marketing to show them in the renderings as these lovely trees marching along the building, breaking it up, when in reality they're not going to be put there. So we're asking that, again, it's just a recommendation that the street trees shown in renderings are actually shown on the landscape planting plan.
Yeah, agree. It's just that they won't be because it's not the applicant's jurisdiction if they're city trees. But yeah, agree.
All we can do is recommend. It should be seen that we are trying our best to the public.
Yeah, I guess just a flag for staff, like this keeps coming up. So I don't know if there's a way to.
There's also a very minor point on the roof deck. I would suggest changing this. There's extensive sodding
Yeah, I had that.
requested that it be changed to sedum.
Yeah, we make that recommendation often. So like replace the sodding on the roof with sedum mats. They're better for pollinators.
Okay. What else we got? I'm hearing nothing.
Well, I have the opinion that 121 and 132, the top 1/3 of the building, that the changes are not that visible. And maybe again, it's just the renderings. I don't see it, but the top 1/3 of those floors, there is no noticeable change that I see. But if Taylor believes that they have met it, I would accept that. Unless other members of the committee are not seeing what I'm not seeing.
Tom, thanks for bringing that up because I almost went by that. That really is important. That's our primary job, is to say whether or not we think the criteria are met. And you bring up a good point that maybe 121 and what was the other one, 130, they might not be met.
132 is the top 1/3 of the building. And it's hard to see on the renderings, and I cannot bring the renderings up in my computer because it'll blow up if I do something like that. But when I was reviewing it, it was very hard to see any distinction at the top of the building. And
just as a point of clarification that may help, the decision of the development officer is that the penthouse level meets the requirements.
Yes, yeah.
So it's not visible on the renderings because of the angle. The elevations would be better to view that.
Is it just, well, in his opinion, the penthouse articulates that change the top third, but that's the first time I have heard that in all the other buildings that we've reviewed. The penthouse is considered something different. On the renderings, or on the elevations, I cannot see a distinguishing mark that defines the top of the building, which is the intent of the bylaw. So buildings just don't seem to go on and on and on forever, that there's something that says this is the end of this building. And if we're now considering that the penthouse does that job, that's new to what we have been spent the last year looking at.
Thank you. Jonathan?
Jonathan, can you see a differentiation in the color of the elevations at the top?
In a way, yes, and in a way, no. I don't think the penthouse makes sense. I agree with that aspect. But I did have a mark in my notes that this was kind of a little refreshing. In that, to me, that I think people are having trouble seeing the balconies and the window wall as something different from the rest of the building. So I see that white parapet that sits above all the balconies as something distinct. It does match the bottom, but it's distinct from the middle, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Let's what is everybody else? Let's just do a straw poll here. Are there other people who think that maybe we're not meeting 130? 132. I mean, if we were going to make that suggestion, we'd have to have at least half of us say that. I think you might be on your own, Tom, on that one.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
Thanks for raising it. But let's go back to 121 about the street wall articulation, because I think there was two people who weren't convinced that that was being met. There was you, Tom, and Jesse?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it doesn't meet. It's just one of those like spirit of the bylaw versus, rule of the bylaw. It just looks like to me a lot of the same, like Jonathan just mentioned, but perhaps that's just because I'm not treating the glass as like a real dynamic side. So I mean, I'm
That's okay. That's why you're on the committee. We need to hear what you have to say. Jonathan, Alex, Nancy?
I would say that I agree with Jonathan in that the wide white band at the top sort of counts. I would say in the future, it doesn't make sense to me to rely on the penthouse to fill that requirement though, because for one thing, you can't really see the penthouse, and for another, almost every building is going to have a penthouse. So just by having a penthouse fulfilling that requirement doesn't make sense to me. However, I think this proposal with the white bands does meet that requirement.
Thank you. What about the street wall articulation, item 121? There's a nice echo. I think, Tom, do you mind putting yourself on mute? I think the echo is coming from you. Thank you. Street wall articulation, Jonathan, Alex, or Nancy, are you convinced that we meet the street wall articulation requirements in 121?
I am leaning towards yes, just because of the actual ground level floor where there's entrances and variations in the glass and stuff. That was sort of my interpretation. It seems like it is kind of up for debate though, depending how much of the building you include.
Good. Jonathan or Nancy?
Yeah, from my understanding, for that requirement, I think they meet it, but I'm not really an expert in that. But from what I see, I think they met it.
Yeah, I do as well. I think the fact that the entire ground floor is set back from the upper floors means that it meets that, and it has that vertical articulation between the different materials.
Thank you. So I think most of us would say that it does meet, although there's some good questions there about how well it meets. I don't think we should be adjusting our motion to say it does not meet 121s. I don't think it'll get the support. Anything else to be added to this amendment? And if not, we can make a motion to amend the motion again. I'm not hearing anything, so I'll ask somebody to make a motion to amend the motion a second time as follows, and then read those last few bullet points.
I can do
Yes,
it.
I will amend the motion.
Okay,
We've
you're
got
gonna read it?
Tom. Sorry. Okay. To review the Halifax 2050 Green Building Initiative to enhance the sustainability of the building's construction. That the street trees shown in the renderings be included within the landscape site plan, and change the sodding on the roof deck to sedum to sedum.
Thank you.
Okay.
You can second.
Seconded by Jesse. Further comments? I'll call for the question. All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? The amendment carries. Okay. Nothing else further? Hearing nothing, I'm going to ask somebody now to make a motion to approve the, let me get my wording right here, to approve the motion as amended, to approve the motion on the floor as amended. Got a
Okay,
motion?
motion to approve the motion on the floor as amended.
Second
Second.
by Jonathan. Comments? I'll call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstain? Motion carries. We're done. Project number 2. 7 o'clock. The meeting is supposed to go to 7:30. I think we need up to 8 o'clock to get through this last application. Can I have a motion to extend the meeting till 8
Can I
I'll
have a-
have to leave early, but you can continue.
Okay, we'll still have quorum at that point. I have a motion from Jonathan to extend the meeting from 7:30 to 8. Do I have a seconder?
Seconded.
Alex, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstain. Okay, meeting extended. All right, so we're going to go into our last application, but I'm going to declare a 5-minute recess. All right, because we're going to be here for about another hour. And I think everybody, if you need to get a glass of water, it's 7:03 p.m. So at 7:08, we'll start again. Okay. Thank you. got 1, 2, 3. But when you get back, if you could just go off mute and let me know, or put your camera on so we know we got everybody back. And then we'll get going again. Hey, Tom, gotcha. I saw Jesse and Jonathan, so I just need to know if Alex and Nancy are back. So Matthew, I take it you're good to go as soon as we get going here?
Yep. Yeah, as long as you can hear me and see me okay, that's half the battle.
Okay, I've got Alex, so I just need to make sure I got Nancy. Then we'll declare the recess over. Nancy, if you are there, just let us know. I'm going to wait. I don't want to get going here until Nancy's back. But this is an interesting one. We've got public art for the first time. Nancy, are you there? I'll assume that she'll be back here very soon. And I'm going to declare the recess over, and we're going to get moving on this, okay? So the next item up is case 23337. It's a level 2 site plan approval for 5512 Bilby Street. Matthew Conlon is back for the second time tonight to make a presentation, and representing the client is Richard Doucette, the architect, and they will be available to answer any questions for clarification that we may have when we're done. Matthew, I will hand the floor to you.
Thank you. Just to confirm, my camera is on. Can everyone see me? I just can't see myself in any of the screens.
I can see you. Thank you.
No. Okay, perfect. All right. Well, welcome back, everyone. As the chair just mentioned, this is case 23337 for 5512 Bilby Street. It's a level 2 site plan approval. Next slide, please. And as a quick bit of background, this property is zoned corridor under the center plan land use bylaw. So we are dealing with 3 separate properties that make up the proposed site, which we'll see in just a moment. All 3 properties currently contain single-family dwellings that have been converted into apartments over time. All existing dwellings will need to be demolished, and all 3 lots will need to be consolidated into one through the subdivision process. The subdivision process has not yet started, which is not something that needs to happen for pre-application to occur, but it will need to be complete before we are able to issue any form of permit to construct. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we're dealing with the 3 sites you see in front of you, 5512 Bilby, and then 2832, 2830, and 2826 Gottingen Street. Again, this is a corner lot on Bilby and Gottingen Street. Next slide, please. And as a bit of context for you, again, you can see the site now from an aerial view in that yellow square, and around it, you see quite a different, or quite a large makeup of the neighborhood fabric. So I've tried to highlight as best I can. There's quite a few different multi-unit buildings, multi-unit residential buildings in the area. some that are under construction, some that are already done, as well as 2 and single unit dwellings in the area. There is a commercial business or 2 as well as mixed use. A gas station is directly beside this property, and that would be the, I believe it's Ultramar on Gottingen. And right across the street from this site is one of numerous buildings that makes up the Canadian Forces base. Next slide, please. So just to give a bit of perspective of the site context as it stands right now, we are currently on Gottingen Street looking directly at the 2 fronting properties. Just to the left, you can see part of the gas station on the left-hand side, and you can see Bilby Street on the right-hand side as it follows up towards one of the multi-unit residential buildings you can see in the corner that is all but complete in its construction at this point. Next slide, please. This is now standing on Bilby Street. You see just a little bit of Gottingen on the left-hand side. This is looking at the side of one of the 2 buildings on the front of these 2 sites. You'll note, it's a little hard to see, but these buildings are a little bit run down. I believe this one is vacant at this point, based solely on the fact that there's a few broken windows and there's quite a lot of spray paint and things inside. But I can't confirm whether it's officially vacant or not, but certainly it's in a state of disrepair. Next slide, please. This one shows just the final of the 3 properties that make up the site. Just beyond that, you can see a crane in the background, which is one of the multi-unit residential buildings that's under construction. And beyond that, even more, we're still on Bilby going farther towards Bilby, or up Bilby towards Isleville. You see another multi-unit building that is halfway or so through its construction as well. Next slide, please. So in terms of the proposed building, the renderings that you're looking at are for the building. We'd be standing on both of these renderings on Gottingen Street. On the left-hand side, you're seeing the portion of Bilby Street running upwards and Gottingen Street in front of us. And on the right-hand side rendering, we're now standing directly in front of the building on Gottingen Street. And I think you can just see a little bit of Bilby to the far right-hand side of that rendering. So the proposed building is a 7-story, 40-unit residential building with 3 levels of underground parking. This building is is classified as a mid-rise building, which will again mean that it is between the 11 and 20 meter height determination. You'll note as well that there's a clock tower that's being proposed, and that is on the front of the building over, as you go all the way up, the entrance of the building. So the clock tower is at the top of the main entrance on Gottingen Street. As well, the cantilevered clock that you see at the corner of the building, which would be overhanging the corner of Bilby and Gottingen, is the public art that is currently being proposed on this building as a part of the public benefits section of the bylaw. And we'll get into that towards the end of this presentation. Next slide, please. And just a rendering provided by the applicant for the building at night, where you can see a little bit more of the lighting on the building. Again, you're looking at Gottingen in front of us and Bilby running in front of the building itself. Next slide, please. And so again, just as a very quick synopsis, this building is triggered as a level 2 site plan approval because it is between the total square footage of 2001 and 4999 square meters. And so we are reviewing this today against part 6 of the land use bylaw, which is center plan. Next slide, please. And this proposal is also in the same state as my previous application, in that they have gone through the pre-application review and they're in front of the Design Advisory Committee for recommendations. Public information and consultation is still to come. Again, as a reminder, site plan level 2 triggers both a website to be put up for the public to access, as well as signs on the site itself to describe what is going on, and a link to the website itself. And then after this, as long as everything is approved, we move forward to the full site plan approval and the appeal period that will follow to get to the final permitting stage, which again will also run concurrently with the consolidation of the 3 lots into one. Next slide, please. So getting into the actual chapters themselves of part 6, for the at-grade private open space design requirements, all units on the ground floor are proposed to be work-live units. And I've detailed for the committee the different uses that the bylaw permits as work-live units. As a simple explanation, work-live units are a slightly different way for the bylaw to allow some amounts of businesses within residential units, but they are differentiated from home occupations in that they generally will allow a little bit more flexibility for the types of uses. And I would point towards generally the medical clinic use is one of the major ones that won't be allowed as a home occupation typically. No at-grade private open spaces have been proposed, and this is because work-live units do not require the same front porch or patio that grade-related units do. And so the differentiation there would be that there is no private access from the street to the units. Although one unit will need to be changed on Bilby Street. That was something that was picked up right before a few days ago based on the way that this plan changed over the past few weeks and months to get it to this point. There is a requirement for one additional private opening or what's known as a grade-oriented premises to be put onto Bilby Street. So this will mean that one of the units on Bilby Street will need a private access, which is just a way to walk directly and off the street into the unit. Next slide, please. And this is just to show a little bit more of the floor plan itself. So you can see along the top, which would be Bilby Street, and along the right-hand side, Gottingen Street, all of the work-live units and the balconies that are given to each of these units as well. And as I mentioned before, one of them will need access directly from the balcony onto the ground, but otherwise the rest of them are balconies that are contained to the unit but aren't accessible onto the street itself. Next slide, please. As for Chapter 3, street wall articulation is achieved along Bilby Street and Gottingen Street, which are both street walls, using a change in materials, projections, and recesses. This treatment is not required along the other sides of the building, and that is because there is no requirement for setbacks on the side and rear yards, and as such, the articulation being stretched to the side yards is contingent on the length of setback that's required is put onto the side yard or the side of the wall. So said simply, if you had a 1.5 meter setback requirement on the side of your building, you would need to extend the articulation from the street wall 1.5 meters along your side wall. However, the bylaw does not require the side yard or rear yard setbacks on this site, so there is no requirement to extend that articulation. Pedestrian entrances are distinguished using changes in color and recessing. As noted before, the ground floor contains work-live units only with no commercial space. There is a differentiation between an actual business being established rather than a work-live unit where someone can have some form of business within their residence. Weather protection is also provided for the pedestrian entrance using a recess along the Gottingen side and a canopy along the Bilby side. And this canopy is provided by a balcony above, as well as some form of sheltering on both sides of the entrance as well. The building top distinction is accomplished with a change in color and materials, as well as a recessing along the top of the building. And both the penthouse and rooftop mechanical features are integrated into the design of the building. They're using similar materials as the rest of the building. And the penthouse itself is set back from the edge of the roof on both streets. And it is worth noting, if looking at the renderings and other plans, the elevations, for the Gottingen side, the clock tower is actually at the edge of Gottingen, which does not require setbacks from the roof edge. So the penthouse itself does not actually begin right on the roof's edge for Gottingen Street. That would be the clock tower. And as I mentioned before, the rooftop mechanical features are all integrated into the penthouse design itself. Next section, please. So we can just go through the 4 elevations for the building. We're currently looking at the east elevation, which is standing on Gottingen Street, looking directly at the front entrance of the building. And as you can see up top is the clock tower that's proposed. You can, oh, actually not on this one. You can note as well, though, there are solar panels that have been proposed for a portion of the rooftop of the building as well. Next slide, please. On to the north elevation, which is the other street frontage. So this is standing on Bilby Street, looking at the other side of the building now. You can once again see there's a main entrance along the side of the building as well. There is the entrance for the underground parking along the right-hand side of the building. As you noticed in the last elevation and this one as well, on the left-hand side, the cantilevered clock on the corner of the building can be seen as well over the corner of both Bilby and Gottingen Street. And the solar panels, again, are pointed out on the right-hand side at the top of the roof, as well as some of the landscaping that can be seen from street level. And now is the better angle to see the penthouse itself, and it has a sloping design. So they've designed it so that it's starting to get sloped lower and lower as it goes towards the adjacent properties. Next slide, please. Looking at the side yard now, this is the south elevation. So we would be looking at essentially standing from the gas station, looking towards Bilby Street with Gottingen on our right-hand side. Again, the penthouse is now in the front of our view and is along the building edge itself. And you can see the solar panels and one of the trees on the rooftop landscaping on the left-hand side. Next slide, please. And this would be the last side, which is the west elevation. We'd now be standing with Bilby on our left-hand side, staring through the building at Gottingen Street. And again, you can see a little bit of the penthouse on the top right-hand side of the elevations, as well as the solar panels and rooftop landscaping that can be seen over the parapet. Next slide, please. In terms of Chapter 4, there are no pedestrian connections proposed for this site, and the vehicle entrance access is set back the required 4.5 meters into the building itself, as well as integrating the design into the overall design of the building itself in terms of materials. For Chapter 5, the heritage conservation design does not apply, as this site nor any of the abutting sites are heritage properties. Next slide, please. So this is just an illustration to try and show how that 4.5 meters has been met for the underground parking. As you can see, they've set back the 4.5 meters from the street line back to where the door itself opens to get into the parking elevator to access the 3 floors of underground parking. Next slide, please. And finally, Chapter 6 is covering building lighting, which has been confirmed to meet all the requirements for illumination of the main entrances, common spaces, and everything else for Section 154, which are also included in the renderings. The site is not a view terminus site. And finally, Chapter 7 is applied to this site, as there is one request for a variation, and that would be specifically under Section 157, which is the roof edge setback of height exempted rooftop features, which we'll get into in the next few slides, please. So I've laid out the 2 criteria for Section 157, but as a bit of a overall explanation to make sure everyone's on the same page, the request is that the height exempted features be allowed to have a variation from their requirement of a 3-meter setback. So what this means is, At the top of the roof where the penthouse is situated, it would normally be required to be set back 3 meters. It is permitted to be exempt from the maximum height restrictions. So this building is at 20 meters to the top of the main living spaces, but from the rooftop onwards, the bylaw does allow for height exempted features to specific heights. Part of that is you can go higher, but you must meet certain requirements for the total amount of the height exempted features taking up space on the rooftop, that being no more than 30% of your rooftop can be taken up by these height exempted features, and they must be set back 3 meters from the roof's edge. There is a variance that is permitted through the bylaw. Section 157 is what's being used to ask that that variation be applied to go from 3 meters of required setback from the roof's edge to 0 meters on one side. So the requirements to be able to allow that are twofold. Subsection A requires that the variation is to an interior lot line only. So I've detailed here what we're looking at with those 2 red arrows is the indication that the interior lot lines, and that would mean lot lines that are shared with another building and are not fronting on a street. Those are the only lines that are being used for this requirement. So the more important of the 2 would be the one that is pointing directly towards Gottingen Street. That is the line where the height exempted penthouse has gone to the 0-foot setback along the roof's edge. As I mentioned before, because the clock tower is at the end of the penthouse, it is not required to be set back the same way that the other portions of height exempted features are. So from that perspective, the penthouse is set back the required amount because the clock tower is the first feature of that side on the Gottingen frontage itself. But along this interior lot line that is shared between this building and the gas station, that is an interior lot line only. So that is being satisfied for this first criteria. Next section, or next slide, please. The second one that was laid out before is the rooftop feature is designed or buffered in such a way to minimize its potential visual impacts. So I've tried to illustrate in this one and the next slide how this is being achieved. The rendering in the bottom left-hand corner is a bit of a reference point to what we're looking at. And I've highlighted in red the areas that are a part of the penthouse itself. As you can see, what has been put forward is that it's been designed in a way to blend in with the rest of the wall so that there's no real distinction between the penthouse, or I should say it's all blending together so it is all distinctly one wall rather than something that is shown and quite visibly different than the rest of the building wall itself. And next slide, please. This is also another side of the building to try and show again how it's been blended into the design of the wall itself. And as the applicant has mentioned, they're using the same coloration and precast materials for the entire side of the building itself. And as this is a variation within Part 6, this is one of the portions that both myself and the development officer would certainly welcome some recommendations and feedback on. Next section, please. So this was brought up previously that public art has been proposed for this site. It's important to note this is outside of Part 6. It's part of the public benefit component of the bylaw. So essentially, when you build a building of a certain size and beyond, there is an automatic requirement that you provide public benefit. At an absolute minimum, a portion of it must be cash in lieu towards affordable housing, and the rest of it can be either all cash in lieu for affordable housing, or you can put some towards, among other things, public art. So this public art has not yet been completed in terms of how it will be delivered. The artist has not yet been determined, but we felt, the development officer and I, that it would be helpful to bring this to the committee now just to get some initial feedback. So as I said, this is not something that is being approved right now. It's only something that gets done at the final permitting stage. but we thought it would be helpful to have any form of feedback for both myself, the development officer, and the applicant in terms of what the committee felt about the proposed art as a cantilevered clock over the corner of the building. Next slide, please. I believe that is the end of my presentation. So again, we're putting this forward to the Design Advisory Committee for recommendations. And as always, I'm here for questions and clarification. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much, Matthew. So a reminder, we have the architect on here to answer questions, and Matthew can answer questions. So I'll open the floor. Does anybody wish to go first?
This is Tom. Matthew, to the south of the building, the garage, the existing garage, is there currently a proposal to build a high-rise on that site?
On the Bilby side of the building, that's what we're talking about, correct?
No, on the Goddison side of the building, the garage and convenience store.
Oh, I see. I am not aware of one, but it's potentially possible, but no, I'm not aware of one that has been issued a permit as of yet.
Okay, which leads in discussion to the very bland wall then that is facing that. If there's no proposal for a high rise to cover that bland wall, I think we should discuss that. It's fine on the other side because there is a building currently being developed. That's my question, Ted. Thank you.
Yep, good point. Other questions?
Yeah, I require some clarification on the work-live units. So will people be living in the units?
Yes, yeah. Essentially the differentiation would be they are residential units that are explicitly permitted to have specific types of commercial uses within the units. So part of it is you are still living there. It can't exclusively be a commercial unit. Otherwise it would be a store, a commercial space. So a work-live unit is a way to differentiate between a home occupation, which typically is a bit more restrictive. A home occupation is normally, someone who's creating baked goods or something very small scale that isn't really very disruptive to the rest of the units around them. So work-live units is a way to kind of allow for a somewhat stepped up intensity of commercial use without it being devoted exclusively to commercial space. So it's essentially enabling work from home units, which when the bylaw was created was maybe a little bit more cutting edge, but as of March 2020, working from home has certainly become a very standard thing. So
what's preventing me from just like renting it and using it as commercial space and not living there?
If you rent it out and only have commercial space, you'd need to permit it as such. So to have a work-live unit, you still need to show us what type of business you're going to operate, and we're only able to permit under the requirements or permitted uses. If it's something where someone just says, I want to rent this out and I'm just going to be an accounting firm and nothing but, essentially, if anyone else in the building caught on to that and made us aware of that, we'd be investigating, and compliance would be looking into notice to comply that it can't exclusively be a commercial unit.
Okay. One last question on that. I guess I'm cognizant that I'm getting away from maybe the point of the committee, but like we're in a housing crisis in this city, one of the worst in North America. So I'm just trying to understand, why are we zoning mixed work-live units? It just seems like a recipe for people to move in there and have businesses and not live in the units.
we would have to deal with that through compliance. It's certainly a fair point, but I would assume that the intention of this would be to allow people some flexibility to have work from home capacity. Beyond that, though, like anything else that happens within the city, if people are looking to bend the rules farther than they're permitted, compliance is the avenue to try and bring that back into the rightful track.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I guess this is a conversation for offline, but like I can work from my current home, which is zone residential. So I don't understand why the applicant is choosing to zone work, live. But a question pertaining to our mandate, if these are residential units at their core and people will be living in them, why the differentiation of requirements for the privacy of the grade related units and the access? Like if they're residential, why are the rules different than any other building?
Unfortunately, that's not something I can answer. The quickest answer would be that's the way the bylaw was written. So the team that created this bylaw made a distinction that the work-live units did not require the same style of access and private porch or patio space. But beyond that, that's certainly something I'd be happy to dig into and send follow-up. But unfortunately, I can't personally answer why they made that distinction. So I wouldn't want to make.
I'll leave it here, but I'll say that like my gut feeling is that this is like you creatively using bylaws to like take away access from residential units that should have it, and B, potentially just leverage commercial occupancy. So I'll leave it and everyone else can give their thoughts, but I don't, this is leaving a bad taste in my mouth. For sure.
Thank you, Jesse. Who's up?
Okay,
Alex.
so I'll say a few things. First, I agree with Tom. I think that if the gas station adjacent to it isn't necessarily going to be like if there's no concrete plans to redevelop it, I think that that wall is going to warrant at least some attention in the design. Also, I was kind of having a similar thought about the work-live units, almost the opposite in that I'm looking at the floor plans and I don't see where the workspace would be. It's like, if someone's going to operate a doctor's office out of this work-live unit, are they going to not have a living room, or are they not going to have a kitchen, or like it doesn't, I don't see how these are different from a normal one-bedroom apartment, except that one of the rooms will have to be devoted to a workspace, and it just doesn't.
And that they don't have to, and that they don't have to have access.
And yeah, and I don't want to necessarily insinuate anything, but it does seem like it's just a bunch of loopholes with no real benefit.
We have the architect works respond to that. I see Richard Doucette.
And it might just be that the nature of working from home has changed so much that since those bylaws were written, that maybe it made more sense at the time. I don't really know, but I don't understand what makes them different other than that the rules are different, but kind of for no reason. Anyway, I don't want to get too hung up on that though, if that's not really within our mandate. I would say that on the public art, I do like the idea of the clock. I would say in some of the renderings, it seems to be at like parallel to the other clock that's already on the building, which doesn't make sense to me. That seems redundant, but if it's perpendicular to the other clock, it makes a lot of sense to me. Where it does hang over the public realm though, I think there are some safety concerns in that it would have to be engineered to withstand high winds and also take into consideration icicles, because you have icicles forming in the winter and then falling onto the sidewalk. So there'd have to be some sort of way to mitigate that, I guess. But otherwise I like the proposal overall in terms of the form. And I like the idea of the clock.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to address the issue of the live-work unit?
Yeah, let's talk about that, please.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much for considering this project. We submitted in December of 2020, so we're glad to get to this point. One thing the committee should know, whether or not they're aware, but that with corridor zoning, you could actually do all commercial on the ground floor. So that's not what we're trying to do in this project. What we're trying to do in this project is give people an opportunity to work in essentially what's becoming a new economy here. And to a certain extent, with the lessons that we've learned during COVID, which really accelerated the work from home movement. Here's an opportunity. I see it as an opportunity. We're certainly not trying to skirt the bylaw. We could have just presented you a building with commercial on the ground floor. And conscientiously, my client, Michael Allen, does not want to do that. He's very keen on creating places for people to live, but people also have to work, and many people now are working from home in a variety of new and even yet to be invented professions. You can do a lot just sitting in a corner with a computer these days, as we demonstrate from this meeting that we're having right now. So that's my response to that concern there and that question.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Sure.
Yes.
If that's the case, then why not just give them, like, follow the rules for residential units and give them access and privacy to their at-grade units?
We are following the rules. People can live in these units. There's no intention to be sneaky about creating units on the ground floor and then doing an end run around the bylaw. People can live here and they can work. They can do what it is that they need to do. We are working within the constraints of the bylaw and what is permitted. So that's what I can tell you about that.
Further questions on the work, Lou? Michael, you want to say something?
This is Tom again. I have a question for Matthew on the public art and this bonus zoning agreement. Is that what we're working under here? The public art? If we and I read that it should be the equivalent of $4.5 per 0.1 meter squared of the structure should be the value, the assessed value of the public benefit. Have you looked at all these things for this pendulous clock? Matthew, as the planner.
Yeah, sorry, I was leaving a little bit of space to make sure that was the end of the question. The answer would be not too much has gone into this other than as a courtesy to the applicant. I've already reached out to make inroads with our culture and events and arts department. Essentially, because this is still the preliminary stage, there is no requirement for the applicant to have this set in stone. In fact, if they choose to not do public art whatsoever, they could go 100% cash in lieu, or they could do some of the other options. Off the top of my head, I think one of them is cash in lieu specifically towards the restoration of municipal parks. So no, we haven't looked too in depth into that. What was more so the point for both myself and Sean, the development officer, was rather than waiting till the 11th hour, when this is the last thing that stops us from being able to approve a permit, I thought I'd get the ball rolling early to say, if this is indeed what you're looking at for public art, let's have some discussions about how this is going to go, who's the artist, etc. But you make a very good point that that is something that needs to be addressed. And that's all a part of us asking yourselves now to see what the committee thinks. But to answer the question specifically, no, we haven't made a specific correlation in terms of the value, because it's still relatively preliminary on the details of the artwork itself.
So further to that, and the land use, the bylaw Does every building that we have been looking at then over the last year, does every building have to contribute that bonus zoning agreement to to public good? That $4.50 per 0.1 of a meter squared of the structure?
Only when they're exceeding a certain amount of square footage.
Okay.
So it's case by case, but essentially the section for public bonusing incentives is based on if you go beyond a certain size of building, then we start to trigger the public bonus requirements.
And this building is above that size?
Correct.
I presume, yeah.
Yeah.
Jonathan, you had your hand up?
Yeah, just a couple of comments and one or two questions. Just on the live work unit thing, I don't think anyone's trying to skirt anything, but I as someone who might want to live there, I think I'd want that privacy and that extra access if I was living in those units, more like a townhome than the way it's currently presented. I'd rather have a bit of foliage and blocking my windows than having people staring in through my living rooms, whether I'm working or living there or both. So maybe that's just a recommendation that we can put forward at the end. With regard to the clock, I think it's funky and fun, maybe a little redundant because there is already one right a couple meters away from it. And I would echo Alex's comments about sort of safety and weather. I don't think it could be engineered to be quite so simple as it's demonstrated. It would probably need some guide wires and such. And yeah, the issue of falling ice is quite an important one here. We have a lot of buildings that dump ice on people that shouldn't. So adding more to that would never be a good thing. Overall, though, I do like the design of the building. I think the massing is really good. My one sort of hold up really with it is the amount of materials and color. I think it's a little overwhelming in that respect. I know some people like color in the design. I don't mind a little splash of it here and there, but I think there's just a little too much going on. So maybe, Richard, if you could talk about the inspiration, about why there is that much color throughout the design and material choice.
Okay. So there's really three questions that have come up so far. One about the high wall on the south side of the building. And second question about the art piece. And now this question about the color. So in terms of the color, what we're trying to do is we're looking at the north end and the diversity of people that are living in the north end. I hope the committee has had an opportunity to read through our report. There are only 4 colors on the building. You're looking at a pretty small rendering there, of course, what'll be a 7-story building. And, you know, we feel like this is a concept that we want to go with. The color adds a richness. It makes the building distinctive. You know, subjectively, whether you like a lot of color or I like a lot of color, you know, people will make that decision themselves. But the feedback that we've got from people that have reviewed the renderings, everybody seems to really like it. On the second question of the high wall on the south side of the building, in this zoning, you are allowed to build a 0 lot line on the interior and the rear yard. What that means from a technical perspective is that that's going to be a 2-hour firewall. So we aren't permitted to have any openings or any projections or recesses along that wall. So what we're left with is the opportunity to deal with material and color. We don't know at this point whether the neighbor to the south of us, where the gas station is, will build tomorrow or build in 20 years. If we knew they would build in 20 years, then we can do something really interesting with that wall. We could do additional artwork, murals. We could do something with sustainable design in terms of passive ventilation, you know, with the southern exposure and so on. There's products out there for that. So that's where we are. We welcome any suggestions from the committee, but technically we are very, we're restricted with it being a firewall, zero lot line condition. I think the concrete can be made to be quite interesting in terms of color and texture, and that's what I would consider doing. Secondly, on that point, with the penthouse portion of it is only the top 12 feet of it, which with the clock in front. It's just keep in mind that if you're thinking about the variance that we're looking for in terms of the penthouse, it's not the whole entire wall. It's just the top piece where the penthouse mechanical room and the access to the rooftop patio and green spaces. And then I guess the other question was on the art piece there. Where we are with that right at this point here, and Matthew alluded to that, is we're proposing that we do something interesting. Bilby, if you look at the density along Bilby with all the multifamilies and so on, and you know, Gottingen, which traditionally has been a very rich and interesting street and one of the major thoroughfares into the north end, we thought that corner could be made into quite an interesting corner. That's really the extent at which we are in terms of the submission for this stage of the project. We haven't proceeded to any further than that. We also intend to do artwork on other areas of the building. There's not a lot of space for it because it's a very tight site, but we can do something pretty interesting in around the entry there. Those that might be familiar with Mandela type of artwork, geometric patterns, that's something that we can do right at the interior on the artwork on the wall. I know of one artist that's a new Canadian, a Russian artist that's very skilled in that way. So, you know, just to reiterate that point, don't think that when you're looking at the rendering that's absolutely fixed at this point. You know, it's a iterative process and we're early into that. And we welcome your feedback and the feedback, you know, that we'll get through the public commentary process.
Go ahead, Nancy.
Sorry, I just had a couple.
Oh, Jonathan. Yeah, go ahead.
Things to say again. I think I still see more colors than just the four, because there's the two columns on either side. But I think it was said in the previous proposal. I don't know if you were watching or not, but there's all the color in the north end, and it's all on this smaller scale. And I think there's something to be said about that versus having it dotted on a 7-8 story building. I'd rather see all that color on the blank wall in the back as art. And I have no trouble with the variances or anything. I like that the wall continues straight up to the penthouse. I think that makes it blend in better. And it makes me think of just down the road, the Bloom building that went up a couple of years ago. They had a similar situation with firewall, and they did some simple, they just have the name of the building, and they have the concrete there has some texture to it and some color variation. Nothing overwhelming or anything, but it does provide some visual interest. Yeah.
Thanks, Jonathan. Over to you, Nancy.
I have two questions, one for Matthew and one for Richard. The first one, Matthew, you were talking about the public bonus, and that is when the area of the building is above a certain area. Is this applicable to this building? Because I think this is between 2,000 and 5,000. It's not above the 5,000. So we didn't see it in the other buildings. So is that something that the developer is giving as a bonus or an extra, or is actually required by the bylaw?
Sorry, I didn't know if you're going to ask both questions first. So the answer is yes, it is required on this building. The trigger
Okay.
is anything over 2,000 square meters requires the bonus incentive. So the bonus incentive, I think personally, might be a bit of a misleading term. I've heard a lot of people connecting the dots that that is something that is allowing the developer more than what they would have gotten otherwise. And it's actually quite the opposite. It's if you go beyond this threshold within the parameters of everything that you're allowed to do in the bylaw, you must additionally, on top of meeting every other design requirement, provide public benefit and incentives. So this is required at the 2,000 square meter and above, I should say. So anything under 2,000 square meters would not trigger it.
So anything within level 2 or level 3 should have that public bonus.
Correct. Yes. And the municipality and the bylaws themselves basically leave some amount of flexibility to the developer and applicant to make a decision on what they'd like to do. But as I stated, 60% of whatever is required is you must do as affordable housing cash in lieu.
Okay.
And that is that's new to the center plan bylaw. So that would be, if my math is perfect, but somewhere in the 12 to 16 months, I think we've been operating that now. Closer to 12, I believe.
Good to know.
19. No. So it came in November of 2019. So we're looking at 18 months or beyond.
If I can just make a point in terms of the public artwork and contribution to the public good. My client is a person who grew up as an immigrant himself in an immigrant family in the North End. And, the artwork that's being proposed, the intention isn't there just to make, save a couple of dollars or to get, something in lieu or have to pay less cash out under the bonusing. There's a sincere intention on his part to contribute a quality building at the North End and something that's people will find interesting and people will, enjoy living in and so on. So I want you just to take that into consideration as well, that it's not all about money and economics.
Thank you. My second question is to you, Richard. I noticed that you have solar panels on the roof.
Yes.
There's 7 panels of 3 by 6. Are they intended to power a specific system within the building, or is just filling the space that you can use for solar panels?
Oh, we would put as much solar as we could on the building. We only have limited amount of space. Yeah. And, I'm not an engineer, of course, but generally the calculation is either you use the energy in your own building or you send it back through the grid. So it will help to contribute some aspect of the energy system in the building for heating and cooling and ventilation, lighting.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, thanks. That's all for me.
yes.
All right, if no one else, I've got a few questions. It's on that public art, the safety. Alex brought up ice dropping off that and falling on pedestrians or cars. And have you gotten far enough to even think about that yet?
No.
Okay.
All right.
Then you're gonna have to think about that
Oh,
for
absolutely.
sure.
We're very serious professionals. We're not going to put
Of course.
anything up there that's of any risk to anybody. And there's a long and extensive analysis and discussions that'll happen well before any of that, is built.
So what else have you considered besides the cantilevered clock for public art?
At this point, I would have to repeat what I just said.
Go ahead then.
This is as far as we've gone. Conceptually, we want to do something on that corner right there. This is one of the aspects that we're considering. We'll look at it in more detail when we get further down the road.
Okay. Okay, so I'd say that there hasn't been a heck of a lot of consideration over the public art. So we can discuss that.
Well, that wouldn't be fair to make that observation. There's been a lot of consideration. You have to understand the whole design process. There are many aspects. We've submitted and resubmitted 6 times to the HRM and dealt with 2 different planners over 18 months.
Okay, but you just said you didn't consider anything else besides a clock, and you haven't considered the safety of the clock. So
No,
I think it's fair to say that it
I-
hasn't been really considered all that far.
Please, I mean, I don't want to get into an argument or a discussion, but I also don't want you to put words into my mouth.
No, it's my conclusion. I'm not putting any words in your mouth.
Okay, fair enough. But anyhow, I think I've said my piece on that.
In the drawings, it shows there's a live work unit on all of the floors, I think. Or is it just on the first floor?
That's an error in the drawings. They're just on the ground floor. They're only permitted on the ground floor.
Richard,
What's an example of a live work? What's the most obvious 2 or 3 that you would think of, like realistically, that would show up in here?
Architect's office, planner's office.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
oh, sorry.
I got one more. So on the west wall, that's also blank, and that's driven by the firewall requirements, limitations. Is that right?
There's already a building being built adjacent to that wall.
How tall is it?
It's 8 stories. It's taller than our building.
Okay, so you have no windows there, but are you allowed to?
No, it's a firewall.
Okay, thank you. No further questions. I see Jill's up there. What do you have to say, Jill?
If I could just interject for one moment, I just wanted to let you know that there's a new member who has been in attendance. She's going to be joining the committee, so she does have a few comments to make. So if it's okay, I'm just going to allow her to introduce herself, and she's a landscape architect, and there'll also be a second member next meeting. So
We have a new member.
yeah, 2 new members.
You're the person who wrote earlier on, and I was like, who is
Yeah, I
that on the
did.
chat? Okay, Sujana.
Yep.
You've
Hi,
been here
Ted.
the whole time.
I've been
Okay.
here the whole time, just coasting in the background.
Okay.
I'm a landscape architect at Fathom Studio in Dartmouth. And I've been working here for 2.5 years and previously been working in the industry for 5 years. I did my master's at University of Manitoba and started working here at Fathom Studio in Dartmouth. I will be joining you guys in the meetings from here on, and that's it about me.
Welcome to the committee. We're glad to have you.
Thank you.
And we're at the question period. So would you like to ask the applicant any questions?
Yes, I was looking at the site plan. Let me just open the drawings so I can look at which phase it is. Sorry, just a minute. I just want to get oriented on the street names. Willoughby Street. I see there are bikes kind of aligned parallel to the street on a concrete pad. I'm wondering if you could rearrange on the alignment of the bikes so that you could, provide the green buffer space that is required. It's not required, but it would improve the usability of these balconies and kind of provide some privacy.
Oh, is that a question for me?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll take that into consideration for sure.
Okay.
Mhm.
And I agree about the public art feature too. Maybe having 2 clocks next to each other is a bit redundant, but you clarified on that, saying that there would be much thought put into the design of the public art in the later phases.
Mhm.
So again, Again, a similar comment on the roof garden design as well. It seems pretty preliminary and not much thought put into it. So maybe some design considerations in there would be nice. And would it-
Susanna,
Yes.
sorry, I'll let you finish.
Also, the roof garden seems pretty open, so a shade structure would help with the microclimate and comfort levels of the users. All right, I'm finished.
I'll say, Susanna, thank you so much. Those are really good comments. Since you're new to this, when we get to the discussion phase, after the motion is on the floor, we would like to get your recommendations and we can write them into an amendment because he has some good suggestions and I'll help you through that.
Okay.
Richard, did you have any reply to Susanna that you wanted to-
Not, well, I mean, I would need to discuss this with Matthew. I'm not sure what we are permitted to do on the roof in terms of shade structures and so on. One thing that you will notice looking at the north elevation and at the roof plan, you'll see a very generous area at the top of the stairs with glazing all along it, adjacent to where the patio area is. That gives some cover in that area there. If we're allowed to put up arbors or any kind of a structure there. We have an excellent landscape architect, Gord Radcliffe, and I'll certainly be discussing that with him.
Okay.
Further questions? I'll note that Nancy has had to leave and we say thank you for staying late. So if I'm hearing no questions, I think now what we should do is put the motion on the floor and go to discussion. The motion is in the agenda. May I have somebody do that, please?
Yeah, that the Design Advisory Committee recommend approval of the level 2 site plan approval application for 5512 Bilby Street, Halifax, Nova Scotia.
Seconder?
Seconded.
Seconded by Susanna. Okay. Motion's on the floor. So we'll just say that's it. If you're not part of the committee, if you wouldn't mind turning off your camera and your microphone, and we'll just go about our discussion now. Liam, do you mind putting up the motion that's on the floor, please? like-
Should I mute as well?
Yes, please. Thank you, Richard.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. It's a very interesting discussion. We'll take all your points into consideration for sure.
I think I'd like to say, just get the core part of our job done first and say this, are there any concerns that any of the design criteria are not being met?
Well, I just have a question for, I guess, staff. You mentioned that work-live units have a different set of requirements, so they don't fall under our normal at-grade privacy. I can't remember which section that is. So is there a place we can reference what those rules are to assess whether they meet?
Yep. Yeah, so section 60 specifically outlines the details about work-live units. That would be the part to reference. And I guess I would point to that to try and clarify a little bit, if it helps at all, that part of the work, if I may, if it's not something for the discussion, then by all means, I would just point to section 60 as a way to clarify maybe a few of the concerns the committee has.
Yeah, okay, that's in part 3, chapter 2. Outside of our mandate, but at least we have something to reference, right, Jesse?
Well, I mean, like, yeah, it doesn't, in that sense, it doesn't meet chapter 6 then, like, if, you know what I mean? Like, chapter 6 says they need to have at-grade units have to have privacy, they have to have access. So if we're supposed to be referencing against chapter 2, section 60, then that's inherently outside of our mandate.
It would be worthwhile to note that these aren't at grade. Maybe the renderings are the best ones to look at, but the ground floor is not flush with the grade of the sidewalk. They have raised it up, so they aren't in that sense at grade in a very literal sense, but in terms of being grade related units, there is a differentiation between a grade related unit and a work live unit. And you are permitted at the ground floor to put in grade related units or work live units or commercial spaces. I don't know if that helps or muddies the water, unfortunately.
It's just muddy because like if in our section, it talks about requiring them to have privacy and access. But you're saying because it's raised up, they don't need privacy or access regardless, even if they're residential only?
Correct. Essentially, I think the easiest way to sort of draw a parallel would be if you're on the second floor in a balcony, we're not asking for anything beyond the general building codes. And that's effectively what is being required or not required here because it's not an at-grade unit anymore. They've raised it off and there is no access off of the street as a private entrance. It's no longer considered a grade-related unit because it can't meet the definition that the bylaw prescribes.
Okay, thanks.
So basically, the criteria that Jesse's referring to, I don't know what the exact numbers, but they're not applicable is what's happening here. Is that right, Matthew?
Yeah, give me a second and I'll go through that. If you'd like, I can try and give a little bit of clarification. If you want to just give me a minute, I can try and pull that together for you.
Well, why don't we let you do that and then say, is there anything else on these criteria that anybody had any concerns about meeting? Jonathan?
Just to that point though, because all we're going to do is provide a recommendation anyway. So there's nothing stopping us from saying these units should adhere to the regular things as a recommendation, because that's all we would do anyway, right? So like if we want to do that, we can.
I think there's a fine difference here. If we felt that it didn't meet certain criteria, we could say, we don't think it meets criteria X. And now we're going to say, we can't say that, but we would say that we think you should treat it the same and put privacy in, let's just say. There's a fine difference there.
Yeah. Is anyone else not seeing a screen right now?
Yeah,
I don't see Liam's screen.
It says, yeah.
Liam is screen sharing.
He started screen sharing, but he's got a double click to enter full screen. No, that's me. Yeah, Liam, we can't really see what you got there. Okay, Matthew, did you? Let's just sort this out. Can you tell us what criteria these are?
Yeah, so I think what we're referencing again is section 119, which is specifically privacy for grade-related units. I'm assuming that's probably what we're talking about. And if that's the case, it's the same as what we discussed in the prior case, the first one we had, which is, first of all, the depth of grade-related unit private spaces dictates whether or not section 119 is applied. But more specifically to this one, section 119 speaks to whether or not a grade-related unit has these types of privacy. And grade-related units inherently are defined as having direct access and fronting onto a street front. So that would be the line in the sand that these aren't grade-related units because they do not have any form of private access directly from the unit to the street.
Okay. So we can, Jesse, if you want to come up with some wording about what to put in there, if you still want to put something in, we can do that. And I think Alex has something. Let's go to him.
Oh yeah, I was just going to mention, I feel like the person who normally brings up this kind of thing isn't here right now. So I will be that guy to mention that the interior layout of the units just doesn't make sense to me. And I don't know if that's, again, something to do with the work-live designation, but like half the bedrooms don't seem to have windows, and there's no workspace. Like there's nothing that makes it a work-live unit in my mind other than the fact that it's called that. But it's like if you, I would want to see more thought put into the internal organization of the first floor. And I also would agree that we could recommend maybe having them conform to the typical residential, having their own individual entrances, especially if they're going to be used as workplaces with customers. It would make more sense to me for them to have individual entrances, just from a user point of view, I guess. But yeah.
Okay.
Like what?
Did we not have the same issue on Maynard Street for the previous one? There were 2 or 3 on-floor apartments there that came directly onto the road, and the planner said if they were less than 1.5 meters from the street front, they did not need any privacy. So are these live-work places? How far back are they from the street lot line? Anybody know that? And maybe they just do not require privacy under the bylaw.
Yeah, I can respond to that. Yeah, sorry, I think I'm getting my own echo. The answer would be the section 119 is triggered by having a depth of 2.5 meters or more for the actual grade-related units, private open space. So that's sort of in reference to that previous case number 1 that we went through. For work-live units, there are no requirements for privacy requirements in the same way that grade-related units are required to have, first of all, a minimum size of porch or patio, and beyond that, a privacy requirement if you have an open space that is 2.5 meters or more in depth. That's not applied to live-work units in the bylaw.
I think we should consider safety of the users in this scenario too. The balcony, the height of the balcony, though it is raised from the accessible sidewalk, any person walking on the sidewalk could access the balcony by slightly jumping over it, because it is directly on a public street. So maybe considering having higher fence around the balcony or some sort of screening would help mitigate security issues.
We're really talking around this one. What I think it's a good idea is, I hope you don't mind, I think let's step back from this for a minute. Let's look after the other things that were suggestions, and then we could come back. So I think we're sort of tackling this whole live work thing from 2 different approaches, and it's causing a bit of confusion.
Yeah, I agree, Ted. Could I make a number of recommendations and of the things that we have gone through? I'll start the ball rolling.
Yes, that's a great idea. Go ahead, Tom.
One is we recommend that there is increased texture of treatment by texture or color of the south wall. The concrete panels of the south wall have variations in their texture and color to make them more interesting to the Goddardton Street side. I strongly believe, this is the next thing, and Liam, don't write this yet, but I think that clock, pendulous clock, is a lot of nonsense, and we should dump it right off. There's a clock already there in the tower, which is fine. It's integrated into the building. and keep those, the only people that will see it will be the soldiers opposite, and it'll keep them all on time. I do think that we should push the public art and the public contribution, but I would say that corner is a great corner for, or the roof for windmills, for energy conservation, for all sorts of things that we can show this building as a building of the future, and emphasize those as a public benefit rather than that silly grandfather clock hanging over the wall. That's I know that's a debate, but I would think the motion should be, we would recommend looking at environmental issues throughout the building as part of the public benefit. Have you got that? Further attention to environmental issues.
If I can just speak to that quickly, in terms of windmills specifically, there's a lot of limitations within basically anything that's not federal land. You have to be like a kilometer away from a residence.
No, the NSCC building has windmills all over the top of it. It has green walls. It has solar panels. I think these things should, these things should be incorporated into these buildings, and that is the public good, and you can make them into public art, as windmills can be quite public arty. I think again the street trees, windmills, solar, etc. Green walls as a public benefit element. I would also like to add my boring comment that the many street trees that are shown on the renderings be incorporated into the landscape plan that the young woman who's just joined us, Susanna, she that the site plan, landscaping plans are very preliminary and are a bit rough at the moment. So and also, my favorite on the roof deck, besides having some more architecture elements provide shade, there's an extensive use of cobbles, and they're very destructive to the environment, those cobbles. So I would suggest sedum on the roof deck. Change the cobbles to, or beach stone, that's what it's called. Change the beach stone to sedum. On the roof deck. Okay. And that'll wrap me up. Things we're going round and round circles. Okay, that's me. Thank you very much.
I think I'd like to go to Susanna. You had another 2 or 3 very good suggestions.
Again, on the roof, the design looks pretty preliminary, and seating arrangement does not encourage communication as much. So I'm thinking we should recommend some sort of shade structure where people could sit together and have comfortable microclimates, and incorporate more planting beds or even vegetable gardens on the roof, as there's no space on the ground floor. And on the main floor, maybe the designer should reconsider arranging the bike stalls closer together, so that they can reduce the amount of concrete, precast concrete pad they have shown next to the sidewalk at grade unit balconies. And that space, whatever leftover space from beyond the bike stalls can be converted into planting beds. I'm not sure if they can put trees that close to the building, but any sort of shrub planting or grasses would do well.
May I ask for a change to the second item there, that I think I was bringing up those environmental aspects to replace the public art, the proposed public art of the clock, give me the words, please. Good. We consider environmental issues like the windmill rather than the cantilevered clock as public art. That's it. Thank you. I think that was my point, is that that clock doesn't do anything for the building, but we can add art and value to the building with environmental.
Thank you.
Could we change one of the sentence, include a vegetable garden or planter on the roof deck as well as the ground floor? I don't think they have space to include vegetable garden on the ground floor, so it's just the roof deck.
Okay. Before we go back to the work live units, right, or the public art, any other comments?
Yeah, I just wanted to add one about the variety of color. Maybe it's just me, but to pare back the choice of color on the facade.
I think I'm gonna go around the table on this one. Because I'm one of the people, I love the color.
Yeah.
And I know this is actually, most people don't care about the applications that come to the DAC, but a lot of people are talking about this one when they saw it in renderings. I like it. What does everybody else feel? Do you support Jonathan's motion amendment?
I think choice of color could be slightly different.
In what way? Less? More muted? I gotta challenge people. But
maybe some can be muted and some can be bold. I think in this case, it is, I don't know. Let me have a look at the renders again. Sorry.
maybe Liam, if you want to say, consider changes to the color such as colon, and then Jonathan's, and then Susanna's. How about that, guys? Or
Yeah,
is
that
that take too much away from what you were saying, Jonathan? That might not be fair.
No, I think to use Michael Napier's word, it is a little garish in my opinion. If it was a little more muted or a gradient or something, it might work, but it's a lot at the moment and it's very in your face.
I consider it very much architecture. We had one architect that says the choice of colors would make a building dated, and the next one says, well, I want colors because it makes the building lively and come alive. So are we poking our noses into this is designed by committee? If he wants to put in colors, I mean, I must agree with Johnson. He has the right to put that in, but I think the colors there are very, they work on that building because the building is small and it's a kind of little corner.
Or maybe,
sorry, go on.
Or maybe it's just the rendering and how the light is impacting on the glass railing here. That's probably a reason why we are seeing a lot more blue in the building. Or maybe the colors are too vibrant. I don't know.
In the end, though, it is all just suggestion, so it's up to them to make those choices.
I will go on record saying that I like the colors, and I also don't necessarily want to get rid of the clock myself, but those are just, again, my opinions.
I also like the colors and I don't like the clock.
I don't know what to do here.
Okay, Ted, it's up to you to work all this out. Yeah.
I'd say maybe refine these things a bit at least.
Yeah, like it doesn't seem like that we're far enough along with the clock to really like
Yeah.
know anything about it, I think.
Hold on, I'll say with regard to the clock, so that is public art, and that is definitely outside of our mandate, okay?
Yeah.
And I'll say this in particular for the media who are listening in, and that the DAC is not mandated to recommend for or against the public art, that we've simply been asked to provide some input. And so I'd hate for the stories to say that the DAC approved the art, because we're not going to do anything with no input. We're discussing it. That's it.
Should we remove it then? Because it is, we were asked just to provide comment, and we did that in the discussion. So maybe it should be removed from the actual motion.
Although we could say that the motion is the comments.
It's your motion, so I think I don't want to push it too far, one way or another.
No, I disagree, Jonathan. I think we're basically saying in that notion, consider other elements besides what has been proposed, and consider elements that may be of better public good than a hanging clock. That's what we're saying. We're not saying remove the clock. It's the same.
Okay, so the advice for that one, Tom, is consider not doing art and look at other environmental issues to also get you this bonus.
Yeah.
Some echo. I mean, that's fair, and that's not saying put the art up or don't put the art up.
I would agree with that too. Explore all avenues there.
Okay.
So how do we deal with it with Jonathan's the last one? We change the color. Is it to reduce the color palette, Jonathan, or remove color, or consider the removal of colored balconies or whatever they are? Or consider reducing the number of colors used on the facade?
Yeah, I think it's just, to me, it's just reevaluate the color choices on the facade. Whether that's, hopefully not more, but maybe just a change of the colors. It could be a reduction in the amount of colors. That's up for them to decide, because we're not designing by committee. We're just providing suggestions.
Yeah.
So
I think it'd be fair if you did that, and if the minutes reflect that the committee had differing opinions on this, so that when people read this, they'll see that there was a split. And that kind of captures what is actually happening. So that would be useful for people who are looking at this. What do you guys think?
Okay.
I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we still got to finish that last one. That reevaluate the colors, reevaluate the colors of the facade.
Well, it's reevaluate the use of colors on the facade.
I think that accomplishes it. Do you guys agree?
Yeah, no, you're right.
It's not the colors, it's the use of the colors.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else before we go back to work-live units?
Remove the such as at the end there.
I would say maybe for clarity, reevaluate the use of the colors on the facade, just because the way it's written, it makes it seem like we don't want any color now. which is, I don't think that's what we're trying to say. Although I can't speak for anyone else, I guess.
Anyone else? Are you satisfied with what's written there?
I think we have all run out of steam.
We're running out of steam and we're gone past our 8:30 time limit. So we got to wrap this up. I think that's benign enough the way it's written in the minutes. Like we're not saying that you have to, we recommend changing the colors, just reevaluate. It could be changing this the color scheme or how bright they are. It could mean different things. Why don't we move on to the work-live units? Is there still an appetite to do something with that?
Just one more small suggestion in the language. Sentence which says include a vegetable garden or planter on the roof deck. Maybe we should add consider including a vegetable garden at the very beginning. That sounds good.
Thank you. Work-live?
I mean, I'm satisfied that it meets the requirements for work-live based on what I understand them to be. My opinion is that the policy itself doesn't make any sense, but I guess that's outside of a mandate.
Ted,
I think that they did make the policy that doesn't make sense.
May I suggest that this would not be a motion because it does not deal with our mandate, so it would not be in that motion. But in the minutes above, I see Liam is typing the minutes that there was considerable discussion in the committee on the use and designation of bylaws of work-live units.
Well, I don't know. We always make
And leave it.
recommendations on things that aren't in our mandate. Like we're talking about Halifax, that's not in our mandate. I think it's fair to say, like in my opinion, I think we should make the recommendation that the first floor units have privacy features, whether that's like a higher balcony or whatever. I don't care what it is, but I think we should say that we make that recommendation. And like, yeah, I would love to see them have access to the outdoors as well, but
excuse me, I apologize. I thought we were talking about the bylaw use of the work-live. I agree with you that we should have that the on-grade live-work unit should have a privacy screen in front of them. Basically, that's what it boils down to.
Okay, let's get that in there. I
We
think
can
that would be
recommend
good.
Agree.
And then Liam can include the considerable discussion portion
that.
of bylaws.
On-grade, we have the privacy screening.
And I guess they're not on grade technically. 'Cause they
Whatever they are, the first floor, just say the first floor. They have privacy screening as per bylaw 119.
Yeah, I think if we just ask that the building try to conform to section 119, that's sufficient.
Yeah,
Whether
agreed.
it's screening or plantings or whatever, it's just we want some sort of adherence to that bylaw.
Okay, done.
I think we're good. I need somebody to read this, please.
Except I think Liam, we're changing it from on grade to the first floor. And we've been told that these are not grade.
Yeah.
Okay. So would somebody like to read the motion?
I can do it, I guess.
Jesse,
Okay.
thank you.
So that the motion be amended to add with consideration to the following recommendations. Increase treatment by texture or color on the south wall to make them more interesting to the Gotigan street side. Consider environmental issues throughout the building, windmills, solar panels, green walls as a public benefit element as opposed to the proposed public art. That the street trees shown in the renderings be included in the landscaping site plans. Change the beech stone to sedum on the roof deck. Inclusion of a shade structure on the roof deck. Consider including a vegetable garden or planters on the roof deck. Reconsider arranging the bike stalls on the main floor to reduce the amount of concrete near the at grade, I guess, unit balconies and use the leftover space for shrub, planting, or grass. Reevaluate the use of colors on the facade, and that the first floor work live units have privacy screening as per section 119.
Up seconder.
Second.
Yeah, I'll second. Okay.
Call for the question. All in favor of the amendment, say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstain? Amendment carries. Now we'll go to the final motion. Can I have somebody make a motion to approve the motion on the floor as amended?
Motion to approve the
Motion
what
as
was the word?
amended. The motion as amended.
Motion to approve the motion as amended.
Seconded?
Seconded by Tom.
Tom. I'll call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstain? Motion carries. We're done. Thank you to Matthew and thank you to Richard for providing us all the information. We appreciate it. Now, we're just about done. Maybe we can go to the very last item very quickly, given that we're so late. I don't think there's much of an appetite to really dig into the application tracker, but Aaron, I'll just give it to you briefly to tell us what we need to know right now. You were there just a minute ago.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, are you looking for me?
Yep.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Matt and I were just switching seats and then as
Okay,
I sat down, yeah.
So
go ahead.
9.1.4, we do not need much depth here, but it's on the agenda. Let's just, do you have anything just to share with us? No.
Sorry, I'm just gonna pull Matt was deep into his stuff here, so I'm just gonna pull, is this the site plan approval tracker?
Correct.
Right. I'm sorry there's no link there today. I was speaking with Jill about this earlier in the week. We'd confirmed a little late, but we didn't have any level 2 and 3 applications since July. So our tracker hasn't changed from what is set on last month's agenda.
Okay, that's good to hear. And I'm point out that Aaron earned a promotion recently, so congratulations on being promoted to director. Well
Thank you very
deserved.
much. Thank you.
Item 10, added items, there are none. Item 11, date of next meeting, September 8th, 2021. That brings us to the end. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Yes.
Jesse, meeting's over. Thank you, everybody. Good
Bye,
night.
everybody.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Bye.